Hi, everybody. A very good afternoon to all of you who've joined. I saw some people are already raising hands. I think you may be just trying out. The uh, features here. Quick things. I see some messages coming in chats, guys. Since we will have a lot of external speakers also joining us today, so we are going to disable the chat as we do not want interruptions in between the session. And now, with that little bit of a ground rule and welcome. Welcome once again. I am joined here by Yogesh Bhatt, who is the co-founder at Masai School, and also Tasneem, who is program manager and handles admissions. Anybody who's familiar with Masai School probably has seen these guys in many sessions. Today is a very interesting, a very important day, significant day for us. As this month, Masai School has completed 2 years of operations. Exactly 2 years ago, in June 2019, we started our first batch. And we thought we would take this opportunity and connect not just with our students, but with a lot of people who follow us on YouTube or other social media channels. So wherever you're joining us from, whether you are on a Discord community having attended a boot camp, or you just follow us on YouTube, you've applied, or you're just somebody who's curious about coding, or are interested to hear one of the speakers, very warm welcome once again. You guys will have a very interesting, very insightful evening ahead of you. We're going to be on back to back for the next 4 hours, and yeah, that's where we are at. Yogesh, if you would like to quickly say a hello and give a little bit of a background to folks. We
Yes,
can
thank you,
continue.
Ankur, and good evening to all of you, and welcome to this session. It's all about sharing our success with all of you, because without you all, we wouldn't have been here, what we have been trying to do. As Ankur said, exactly 2 years back on June 10th, we started Masai School, but the background about starting Masai School is very interesting. Pratik, Drupal, and me, we were talking, we were discussing many things. And then one thing that came out very strongly was, well, it started with like this 1.5 million engineers coming out of our country and 8.5 million graduates coming out of our country, right? That's almost 10 million. And if you look at it, less than a million get a job. But when you go and talk to the employers, they say that where is the talent? I need to hire in people. So I said, what's happening? The demand side is so strong and the supply side is strong. And then when we probe deeply, we understood that what organizations are looking for is the skill set and the mindset. And that's how we started saying that if we are going to help students to increase their skill quotient and the employability quotient, and the journey has been fantastic. So welcome all, and hi Pratik.
Hi Yogesh.
Come on. Yeah.
Cool, awesome. Good evening, guys. Apologies for the late entry. So I was actually in the middle of something, and the power cut happened, which is quite common nowadays. So yeah, I think Yogesh might have already told you about how big, like the importance of this day for us, and this month particularly for us, because this month Masai School turns 2, and at this beautiful milestone, I think I want to express my gratitude to all the people who made this entire journey worthwhile. So Nupul, Yogesh, Ankur, Keshav, Sumit, and everyone, the entire Masai School team. I don't think that I could have never asked for a better team to basically build this from ground up, and it's been an amazing journey so far. So I think Yogesh might have already told you that when Masai School was started, so we were thinking that, and we also believe that the traditional model of higher education is completely broken in our country. And unfortunately, the traditional colleges and universities, they have no incentive to ensure whether their graduates are getting hired or not. so they are getting paid regardless. And because that was the biggest problem which was going on with 8.5 million people, those who are going through the graduation but not getting a job, sub 10% people are getting the quality jobs or getting the right kind of jobs that they have studied for. We believe that there's a better way to approach the education. So instead of asking our students to bet on us, we bet on them first. And that's why Masai School don't charge any upfront fees, and the entire model is built around income share agreement. So when the student is earning 5 LPA or above, then only they pay us fees. Otherwise, they don't pay us anything. And this model allows us to align the incentive of the school with the incentive of students. So we all win when our graduate succeeds, and that is the biggest reason why Masai School was born, because the mission for Masai School is to untap the or to unlock the untapped human potential of India, regardless of any circumstances. And in last 2 years, we have created a lot of impact around people coming from college dropouts getting into a job, people coming from BSc, BCA, and all different kind of backgrounds you can think of, and launching their career in programming and getting started with their first job in tech is something which is what I was trying to say, that there's a lot of potential in this country, and it is still untapped. And this is what Masai School is trying to do, to basically make sure that all the people will be able to launch their career through Masai School in and start their programming journey. So we have created a nice 2 years recap kind of a thing, where you will be able to see the lives that we have impacted, and also you'll be able to understand the entire the way Masai School team works. And Ankur, if you can show it to all our audience, that how we have basically, or how we are actually working to solve this huge problem in this country, and then we'll basically take it forward from there.
Definitely, definitely. I'll just share my screen. I hope you guys are able to see this and view this. Prateek, if you can just confirm.
Yes, Ankur.
Awesome.
I was driving an Uber for 14 to 15 hours a day.
After completing MBA, I was still looking for a job.
I was preparing for UPSC in Delhi, and I was very doubtful about my career at that time.
I was an assistant professor in a college, and I was looking for other opportunities with growth.
I was working in a mechanical workshop in Ashok Leyland.
I was a chef in Mumbai.
I had a 4-month internship. I was also laid off because of the pandemic.
9 months after starting Masai School, everything in the world changed. COVID turns classrooms into Zoom room. But COVID could not break our commitment or our students' resolve to learn tech.
When we started Masai 2 years back, we only wanted to transform the education system in India. We become not just teachers for our students, but partners who take the economic risk of education with them.
The idea of the income share agreement has ensured that no student is left behind, no matter what their financial or educational background was.
With growing unemployment in India during this year, our students continue to get placed, and that's a big motivation for our team as well.
Thank you, Masai, for guiding and helping Arunab and showing him the right way.
And helping him with his dream job. Thank you.
Before Masai, he used to doubt himself, but they helped him realize his true potential and guided it every step.
Masai School has played a pivotal role in entirely changing the life and field of career of my daughter Ayushi.
People from different backgrounds have come to us. Having faced various challenges at Masai, we don't care about their past. We care about students' present and future.
I asked one funny questions from them. What happens if I lose this job? Ankuru's statement was like that even if you come like after 10 years,
we are there for you.
I had to leave my job after 6 months because of the COVID situation. Masai got in touch with me. I was having a notice period at that time, and during my notice period itself, I got my job.
I mean, the support does help, definitely. That is what I would say. Like, it did work out well for me. Thanks for everything.
To teach is to learn twice, I would say. I'm very proud to what some of the students have been able to achieve and how they've been able to turn their lives around.
Nothing gives me more satisfaction than seeing the students exploring the world of code and creating a better future for themselves.
As a mentor, I can see myself in each of the students.
Masai started with a school, but eventually Masai has become a thought. The thought of transferring the life of millions of children, making them skill enabled and making a change in their life.
I'm looking forward to Masai becoming Masai University by the time you turn 5. Hope you guys achieve it for the country.
We care about the quality of education that we provide to our students. That is why we have provided high-speed internet to over 100 plus students during COVID to support them in remote learning.
We know how education can be a financial burden to some of our students. So we have come with a GLIDE program which gives access to 15,000 rupees to our students to meet their household expenses.
After 10 years, I never imagined that, I'll be one day working as a software engineer.
Masai doesn't see your background. It's all about determination and grit.
Masai school is what you get when you combine a friend and a mentor.
Masai do really invest in its students.
Masai school really cares about its students.
Masai, a coding school that cares about you.
So this video, whenever I watch it, I still get goosebumps. And basically the entire the kind of impact that we have been able to create in such a short period of time, it's amazing. And that's why I am really thankful to all the students and their families who showed enormous trust in us throughout this journey. And also all our hiring partners, those who totally believe in our motto that skills are greater than degree. And this is something which is proven by over 200 hiring partners now, those who have absorbed Masai School students and are actually working with them in solving their problems around tech. So it was an amazing journey, and I think as this entire program progresses, you'll be able to understand that what is the future that we are looking at Masai School. So we have Fareed now with us, and hi Fareed.
Hi Pratik.
So we have Fareed with us, and we'll kickstart our first co-talker session. Fareed, as everyone is aware of the fact, he is a co-founder of ShareChat, and which is the biggest and the largest social network of our country. And thanks Fareed for coming and going to basically for the next 45 minutes when we'll be together. It is going to be an amazing ride to hear more about ShareChat, what are the plans, and also at the same point of time, what do you think that the tech education of this country is at the moment, and what are the things that you think is going to basically be worked upon in this entire education system to churn out the best quality tech talent which India needs. So without any further delay, Yogesh is going to basically be running this session. Yogesh, everyone, all the audience member are already aware of the fact that Yogesh is our co-founder. So we'll kickstart the session, and thanks Fareed once again for joining us.
Thank you, Pratik. Hi Fareed.
Hi Yogesh.
Quick interruption before you guys kick off. Guys, we'll be taking Q&A from the Q&A box. So anybody who's on the Zoom webinar, you can type your questions in Q&A. And depending on the relevance to the session, either Yogesh and Fareed will take it live, or Pragun and Tasneem from our team who are helping us out will answer your question. People on YouTube or Twitter, you guys can also send in your questions and we'll be more than happy to take it. Back to you guys, and look forward to this session.
Thank you, Ankur. Hi Fareed, how are you doing?
Good, Yogesh. Good. And
and I think there was a testimonial saying that Masai is both a friend and a mentor, I think, yourself and your students on. And I truly believe he has been a friend and a mentor to me since my college days, almost been like 8 years since I first met him. So great stuff, and congratulations to both of you and to the entire Masai team for making it big. Yeah, so please shoot.
Thank you for it. I think we have a very interesting topic today, and it is tech education in India. I just want to set the context here. We have made immense progress as a country, right from the time of independence, and then especially in the last 2 decades, the literacy rates have gone up. Currently, more than 260 million students are studying at various levels, right from nursery to primary to high school to higher education. The gross enrollment rates have gone up. So on that front, we have done. But my first question to you is, only a fraction of Indian engineers studying in IIT or premier tech engineering colleges, like you are also from IIT Kanpur. Now tell us, what is the disparity between, let's say, the top 20, 30 engineering colleges, and the last count I got was something around 14,500 engineering colleges are in the country. Can you help us in telling us what is the disparity here?
I think the biggest like, again, these are purely opinions, and my opinions are my own. They do not represent either Masai or any of my companies. So I think the biggest challenge or the biggest advantage we felt as as part of a premier institution was the peer set. Because when you're at IIT or BITS or NIT or any of these premier engineering colleges, the people you study with, the people you live with, the people who are giving exams like right next to your table, the people you're probably cheating the paper from, or the people who are cheating the paper from you, they are all of a certain I would say caliber, which differentiates which actually differentiates all other colleges, like your peer set that you get, and the learning you get from the peers, and the fact that you have come through some sort of a competitive exam, and you have that shared feeling of respect, allows people to do a lot better in the long term. Like if you ask an IITian today, what is the big, like, who is obviously graduated out of college, what is the biggest asset that they have? I would say they would all come to the point that they have a network. They have a network of IITians. They have a network of their peers or seniors or juniors from college who help them, who support them throughout, like through their IIT life and post post IIT, post college, when they are in their work life. And I think this is the biggest difference from these top 20, 30 premier institutes with any other institute in India. On top of this, the fact that IITs and all these other premier institutes, they act as very good magnets for placements, because it is sort of like a virtuous cycle wherein good people have gone from that particular college to a good organization, have created a name for themselves in that organization, and now when that organization wants to grow, they come back to the same college to hire more people, and it constantly keeps adding more people from that institution to that organization, and hence in those sectors or in those industries. And this this virtuous cycle of getting very smart people or very committed people together, creating a network out of them, and then churning them out to these organizations in a very virtuous way, where the flywheel keeps adding more and more organizations or more and more students from these institutions to those organizations, is what differentiates a premier institute to any other institute in India. And I think, yeah, that's that's I think the crux of the difference. Other than this, if in case you can say, yeah, the facilities and infrastructure are better, but I don't know if that creates as big a difference, because end of the day, especially when it comes to computer science jobs or electrical engineering or engineering which is data driven in any nature, the facility doesn't really affect you as much in today's time and day, right? So yeah, I think it's just the peer network and this virtuous flywheel.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Farid. My next question is more and more global tech leaders, global tech companies, and even the Indian ecosystem is saying that you don't really need a degree to be a software developer. And we have seen this. And when we started Masai School, Pratik was saying that I didn't believe that at that time. And now with more and more students, even from non-tech background, learning software development and getting placed. What is your take on that? Do you think a degree-based education is necessary to be a software developer?
Sorry, Yogesh and Farid, before you guys take the question, I'm getting some messages that seems to be a bit of a lag from Farid's side. Farid, if you would like to put your video off and maybe that might help stabilize the audio. There seems to be some lag at your end. Apologies.
Is this better?
Yes, Farid, it's better.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Yeah, you got my question.
On that question.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think Yogesh, I am a material science engineer by profession, but by occupation, I am I'm a software entrepreneur, if that is a term, right? And I've spent my last 7 years post college on software or around software, and I have hardly seen any use of my material science degree so far, but I hope someday it will be very useful. So having said that, I honestly feel that is degrees and institutions, they do not really guarantee any sort of upskilling. What they guarantee is a certification, which comes with a minimum threshold and not, like if you just pass the exam and then you will get a certificate or a degree stating that you are a bachelor of technology or a bachelor of engineering, but at the end of the day, it is still not a measure of how skilled you are, of how capable you are as an engineer or as a developer or as a programmer. And I think the audience, or I would say the common man, the common student has understood this, that while a degree or a certification is good, it's valuable, it gives you some sort of I would say upfront advantage when you enter certain rooms. It not necessarily means that you will always be successful, because success is proportionate to the skills you accumulate over time, and especially in programming, your skills compound over time very, very quickly. So I think we are heading into that era where degrees and certifications will start mattering lesser and lesser and lesser. Obviously, I think COVID has pushed us, COVID and lockdowns all around the globe have pushed us to get to that stage much quicker, wherein, last 2 years, say there are no colleges running, right? People are just sitting in their homes and studying. So it no longer is, there is a difference between somebody studying in an IIT or a BITS or an NIT with somebody studying in a local college, because end of the day, they are all, they are all attending Zoom classrooms. They are all, using their own laptops in their own houses. Absolutely. And, they are all attending similar kind of sessions where the teacher is also not used to teaching online. So end of the day, the difference in the quality of education that you were expecting, that anyone would expect, has gone for a toss. And right now it's almost up to, every individual is fighting for their own right now. Like if you are able to do some sort of self study, some sort of motivated upskilling yourself, only then you stand a chance against anyone else in the market. Because today it doesn't matter whether you're attending a virtual classroom of Masai or whether you're attending a virtual classroom at IIT Kanpur CSE. If you are someone who is motivated and driven and who's working hard, a Masai school student would probably be, an average Masai school student might just do a lot better than an average IIT computer science grad. So I do think that degrees, certifications, and while they have their value, it's reducing, and it's reducing in a fast way, and people will move towards skill-based education much more easily and quickly. And it's also, honestly, it's also cheaper and better for the student and their families to focus on skill-based education rather than a degree-based education. Because, for instance, like I did my engineering in material science and material science engineering, but the part where I was taught metallurgy, it's hardly useful in life, and I probably will never take up a metallurgy job. But it was taught to me. But probably if I'm going deeper into material science, it still is useless. So I think upskilling is the theme of the day, and that's where our entire sector or entire country and our education sector is headed towards. So probably it's going to be a global phenomenon.
Yes, Farid. I think you have reiterated our core thesis that skills are greater than certificates and degree. It so happened that I was just talking to a friend of mine and who currently works in Germany. He says, as a country, whether it is in Germany, France, or even in Japan, they are skill focused rather than only on knowledge. But we as a country, we recognize and reward people who are able to absorb knowledge, store knowledge, and reproduce knowledge. So what is your insights and inputs for students out there? How do they shift their mindset from knowledge to knowledge application to skill?
This is a very tough question, honestly, for me. But I'll give it a shot. I think knowledge-based education, it's not necessarily bad, but yeah, it's not useful. And when you are at that junction in life where you know that you have to prove useful to others, to an organization, to a team, to a startup, to a company, you will obviously set yourself on that path. I think everyone has their own journey. I cannot give a formula with which people can jump from knowledge-based learning to skill-based learning, and everyone's skill is different, right? Like not everyone becomes a programmer, not everyone becomes a designer, but understanding the fact that you have to be useful will push you towards upskilling rather than just rotting up knowledge or rotting up books. So so my 2 cents is that at the point when you start feeling that you have to work, or when you are in college and you feel that at some point you have to work, you should start looking towards upskilling yourself in some way. And I think these are very much readily available courses online, for anything and everything under the sun today. Unlike the time when probably I was in college, or probably much earlier when you were in college, that time we didn't have these many opportunities available to young people to upskill themselves while being in the luxury of their homes. So I think it's everyone has their own journey. You can't get rid of the learning based system if you are in a degree based college. If you are going to if you're going to be
fighting towards getting their degree, you will have to pass certain courses and you will have to learn up the stuff. But if you believe that it's not important for you, then I think it does make sense to probably leave those things altogether and focus on skill-based learning. Like what I used to do is I used to study as much as with which I can get a D. Like if I get a D in that course, I will pass, right? And for the remaining courses where there is some skilling involved, I would focus, I would work hard, and I'll get an A. I'll do given my best, and I would balance it out so that my eventual grade point comes above 70%. So my dad won't get angry if I that's what I did. I was just maintaining my average scores by ensuring that courses which are more utilitarian, I put in effort there, and courses which are just useless for me or probably will not ever benefit me or do not belong to my field, I just clear them up. so yeah.
So, Farid, one question that we keep asking, as you know, we are a very diverse and an inclusive school. Students joining Masai school can come from any background. The question keeps coming, I'm not from a computer science background. So we want to know your journey from a material science engineer to a programmer. What is that thought process went into your mind that to become a programmer, and did you face any challenge? And what is the message that you have to thousands of students out there who want to take a shot at computer science or a programmer, but this is something they keep stopping them?
I think it's just laziness that stops people from learning programming. If you, like, for instance, I first did programming in my standard 11th. That's when I did some first form of web programming for the first time. I and some Windows programming as well. I remember that time Python scripts were like we used to make jar files, Java files. So while I was doing that pre-college, when I gave the IIT exam, after that I didn't obviously make it to a rank which can give me computer science. So I ended up picking material science. But that didn't stop me from interacting or engaging with computer science students or participating in computer science related or software related competitions. Even our team, the team that eventually built ShareChat, the founders, we met at a hackathon event back in 2012. Yahoo used to be a big company back then, and they used to organize a competition called Yahoo Hackathon. And I was one of those lucky teams that won that competition that time. And we met Ankush. Bhanu and I were in that team, and we met Ankush in that same hackathon where he had won in a different category. And and we just hit it off from there. And the common thing was that we all loved software. We all loved to build software, and we all wanted to build stuff that people can use and people can use at scale. Software gives you that power to create an impact while lazing around on your bed in your room, right? And that is independent of what degree you have or what, because Bhanu, our CTO, is an electrical engineer. Ankush is a computer science engineer. Luckily one of us is. And I'm a material science engineer. So other than Ankush, none of our team members had formal computer science training or skills to do hard computational stuff. But what really mattered was not your degree. What really mattered was whether we had the will to learn, to try, to fail, and then restart again. And I think that happens when you're motivated enough towards solving a problem. If you're not motivated enough, that basically means either that problem is not good enough or you're just being lazy. So if anyone wants to really take a jab at programming, they can do it at any age, and they can do it irrespective of where they come from, what background they come from, what degree they have, whether they have one or not. uh, yeah, unfortunately, computer science or programming is not democratized beyond the English language, so you would need some basic level of functional English, but and some basic level of functional math. But beyond that, I think everything else, it's pretty much the same for everyone globally. And uh, yeah, and I think the fact that the world is so connected today, unlike back 20 years ago, it's much easier today to upskill yourself, grow your grow your projects, build projects, collaborate with people globally, and get a job anywhere in the world. And now in the last 2 years, there's just remote jobs everywhere. So it doesn't matter whether you are sitting in Jhunjhunu or Dibrugarh or Hyderabad or Bangalore or Meerut, for instance, where to do a big to be doing a big software developing job at any of these promising startups or large companies. Um yeah, so I think there's nothing other than laziness which stops people from learning
You made it
programming.
look so simple for it. Yeah, I think you just got to get out and acquire if you have a deep desire, and the platform is available today. Absolutely. Farid, ShareChat is a hiring partner for Masai School, and thank you. And we have, I think, around 5 students who have made it into ShareChat. You always go to Premier Tech Institute to hire, but our students made it. So, if you can throw us some insights, what is it that you notice in our students working there that would help other students also to take a shot at ShareChat?
I think the simplest thing is that you have to be relentless. When you have been given a problem statement, uh, if you don't go at it all guns blazing, that problem is gonna stay there, and it's just gonna stay there till you go at it. So the first hire we had from Masai, I think his name is Hassan, was fantastic. I think he was one of the fastest growing SD once in our team, who was extremely relentless in his efforts. While when he joined us, and I think, as you rightly said, we hire from premier institutes only, so we were able to understand that okay, Masai is a premier institute as well. And since then, I think you guys have been a great partner, talent partner for us throughout. And I think the common theme amongst all the candidates who make it to ShareChat is that they are very relentless. They are hungry. They are interested in building stuff and building fast and building more. They want to grab every opportunity that comes their way. And I think that's a culture that we at our company have been trying to imbibe to the best of our abilities. And a lot of Masai students who are now ShareChat team members have shown that they are relentless when given a problem statement. And they would put in no, I'm not asking people to put in extra hours. I'm just asking them to be focused on solving the problem in front of them, and not deterring from their path till they get the answer. So yeah, these were common traits amongst all the 7 team members who we've had from Masai so far.
Yeah, thank you for it. Many of them want to take a shot as a tech as a career because the opportunities currently it is giving. What do you see? Will the tech jobs continue to grow this way?
Yeah, I think all jobs will become tech jobs at one point, because it's like the person who is like back in 40s, back in like back let's go back 40-50 years. The people who are driving engines were also engine mechanics. They could repair their engines. People who drive large machines, the foremen in factories, they could repair their stuff. People who run systems, they could repair their systems. And as we are moving ahead in the information age, and all systems become information systems, there would be a very large requirement of people who can repair those systems, repair those information systems on the fly, and maintain and scale and grow those systems. Now, of course, it's not a one-to-one analogy, because the kind of impact or the kind of scale that an information system has is much larger, because with the same amount of effort, you can obviously impact a larger number of users. But having said that, the number of industries which are going through this information first transformation is exceedingly large. Every other company now wants to be a tech company. Even I was hearing very recently, there was a donut maker in the US who IPO'd very recently, and now they are positioning themselves as a data driven tech company which makes donuts. Now, that company is making donuts, but at the end of the day, it's also building an information system around how people are consuming donuts in their regions, when is the highest amount of volume of donuts being shipped, and yada yada. But the crux of the point here being that even these systems require software engineers. All of these systems, all industries will require software engineers. And unfortunately, the kind of software engineers that have been available in our country majorly have been, the degree kinds and not the skill kinds. And I think that's where Masai and Masai students will make a huge difference, that they would be the skilled kind of engineers which are needed by all of these industries at the same time.
Thank you for it. Before we take the Q&A, one last question. You have been a student of non-tech and material science, took on technology, and now you're an entrepreneur running large company with a large tech force. Last time when we connected, you were in the Valley in the US, interacting with many people out there. What do you think, where should the education shift or input to schools like Masai School that can make app programmers that can serve the demand in the tech jobs?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question. Can you repeat this question?
Yeah, sure, Farid. So Farid, you have been a student from non-tech, material science, and then you went on to become a learn tech, and then you started ShareChat, India's one of the largest social media and social network company. What is inputs that you'd like to give us to how do we make more people skilled so that they can contribute to the entire tech economy and the system?
I think you guys are already on the path of doing that. Just continue doing what you are doing, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job at that. I don't really know what I can tell you, because Pratik, Pratik has been a mentor and friend for more than 8-9 years now to me. And one thing that he says that eventually at some point people would prefer to join Masai instead of giving JE and becoming an engineer after IIT, right? So I think that vision is fantastic, and it's pretty much achievable, and you guys are on the right path to get there, to build a country which has if not 100 million, but at least tens of millions of programmers. So I think you guys are on the best possible path for us to get there, and I believe it's a definite future. So all the best to you guys. I truly believe in the way you guys are scaling. So yeah, I don't know if I can add anything further.
Thank you for it. Thank you. So Ankur, we'll take the Q&A. Let me read out the first question. Vivek Kumar is asking, what are the qualities one must have to do their own startup?
There are no set qualities or behavioral patterns and such. Of course, people would try to find a pattern from successful entrepreneurs as to things that they would do different. But I do believe that to start a startup, you need to be able to take the plunge. You need to be able to calculate the risk that you are picking. And once you have evaluated your risk and you know that, okay, you have, let's say, 3 years or 4 years or 5 years or 6 years, or even, let's say, 10 years available to you, you should definitely take the plunge. You should focus on delivering consumer delight as soon as possible. And consumer delight can mean a lot of things for a lot of people. uh, the same consumer can be a ShareChat user, a WhatsApp user, and also a Masai school student, and all three are different tech companies providing different kind of services. But it might just be the case that all three are giving the person consumer delight. The person is happy consuming the three products or consuming the three services. So focusing on that, I think it's critical. And once you start focusing on that, everything else will fall into place automatically. Like, you'll get to know that if you're WhatsApp, you have to be reliable as a communication channel. If you are ShareChat, you have to be providing the most engaging content in the in the fastest and easiest fashion. And if you're Masai, you have to provide quality upskilling education around programming every single hour of studying that you do with Masai. So and all three problem statements are different, but the crux remains the same, that these services create consumer delight. So yeah, if you want me to say two things that will make you a successful startup founder, one is that you evaluate your risk well and time your startup well, and two is you just focus on consumer delight.
Wonderful. I think I was just reflecting, as you said, consumer delight. The brands that are successful are the ones who have delighted the consumer and they kept coming back. It looks so simple, but executing is the challenge. Thank you, Farid. The next one is coming from someone who is currently watching this on YouTube. Coding language landscapes changes quickly. They don't teach that in college. What can I do to make sure that I'm relevant?
I think the biggest and most important tool for any developer is Stack Overflow, and of course the startup school, Hacker News, and other such places, wherein you will be introduced to newer languages, newer concepts, much before other places. And yeah, I think one is, of course, you'll have to build a learning attitude, wherein for instance, go was released very recently by Google, I think about 3 to 4 years ago. And it's not, and so was Swift. I think these two, Swift was released, I think, 2 years ago. And these are not taught at any school, colleges, but if you have your basics clear, which have been taught to you at your institution, some amount of Stack Overflow will be able to help you understand the things better. And yeah, I think you should take it upon yourself to build projects. Whenever you find something useful, commit yourself to a certain language or framework. Like, I know a lot of people who just focus on Ruby on Rails, and they live their lives along Ruby on Rails. I know a few people who live their lives around Drupal. A lot of people live their lives around Python. And some of this, love and association happens in the form of Google Summer of Code, or Code Jam, or such activities, or even participating in amateur programming contests or hacking contests. So be a part of these places. You'll probably end up either falling in love with one of these frameworks, or you'll end up just building this ability to learn a new language and build new projects in those new languages. And Stack Overflow and Hacker News will probably be your best friends in these cases.
Farid, an interesting question on your way. What was the best thing you did as an entrepreneur?
The best thing I did as an entrepreneur, I found co-founders who can program better than me.
Interesting one. And follow-up question is, how did ShareChat find the market when there was already so many players, big players there?
There was no market when we founded ShareChat. We came before Geo, and at that time, internet in India was majorly 2G and Edge. And ShareChat was growing because the kind of engineering infrastructure we had built allowed us to send heavy multimedia content over very patchy internet connections. We used, for people who can understand code, we used an MQTT MQTT Node.js system, which was similar to a Erlang based system used by WhatsApp. WhatsApp used Erlang XMPP servers, Erlang with XMPP servers, and we used RabbitMQ with Node.js. And this combination allowed us to, serve content even on the most patchiest networks, because there's something called persistence, wherein a client side and server side can connect, irrespective of whether the connection gets dropped, they stay connected. Now, we built this tech which allowed us to grow despite there not being enough internet penetration. And of course, after that, when Geo happened, we started growing rapidly. And then, of course, a lot of people jumped in saying that, oh, we are now competing on like, for instance, Facebook, or there used to be this platform called Hello, which was by ByteDance before they got banned. They copied us end to end and jumped into the game and everything. But when we started out, our competition, for those who would know, was internet.org. That was something started by Facebook back in 2015, 2016, which never grew, which never opened up in India. It did quite well in Bangladesh. A part of internet.org was Facebook Lite. And their focus was to be able to provide content services and Facebook and a lot of other e-commerce like services on the poorest internet connections. And that's where our competition was when we started out. So honestly, we didn't really have direct competition then. Yeah, today, of course, the world is different. It's last 5 years we've faced a lot of stiff competition, both from the West and from China, and also from India. But yeah, I think sometimes we've been lucky, sometimes we've been good.
And what is the technology stack that you're using at ShareChat?
That is a very hard question to answer for me, because I no longer code from the last 3 to 4 years. So I'm probably not the best person to answer that.
Sure, we will share that here. Somebody's asking a question to you, Farid, is what is the worst mistake that you have done as an entrepreneur?
Worst mistake that I've done as an entrepreneur. And you should never undermine the competition. And I think back in 2018 or 2017 rather, 2017, where Musically was just starting to take off and it had been acquired by ByteDance, or it was in the process of getting acquired. We undermined it. We thought that Musically will not do well. It's anyways already at 60 million. At that point, it was at 60 million MAUs. And Musically is what became TikTok. And that, for us who had been tracking the market so closely and tracking all the players so closely, the fact that we undermined, the Chinese players and thought that, since we are locals, local champion is going to win. I think that was a huge mistake at our end. And we were lucky enough to be given a second chance last year. So yeah, I think that's the worst mistake that you can do as an entrepreneur, undermining the competition.
Farid, what are your views on the new IT rules for social media platforms?
This question is, I think, probably not the best forum to discuss this question.
Yeah, so we'll park that. Okay, so Farid, there's a student who's currently in 12th standard. He's just passed out. He's waiting for his results to come. He wants to build a company like ShareChat. He says, when should I start?
Evaluate your risk. I don't know where you come from, what background you come from, or what are your challenges in life. I know a couple of folks who are 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds in Silicon Valley who have their own startups. There's one kid who is quite famous in the crypto world. He's built a crypto startup and he's 13 years old. So I think, and then we obviously have the example of Bhavin Turakia from DirectEye, who started his company right out of school. So there are so many examples of people not going to college and making it big. And then there are examples of people who are, college dropouts. And then there are people like us who are scared, who don't take risks as quickly, and who go through the motions of getting a degree and then jumping in. um, I think it all depends on your risk appetite and the constraints you have in life. If you can, today start something, do it while not delaying anything else. If you feel that the success you have is good enough, to for you to take the full plunge, you can probably leave the other things entirely. I used to have a friend called by the name Rahul Yadav, who was the founder of Housing back in 2014 15. That startup was big at that point, and okay, eventually it went through its own roller coaster ride. But Rahul Yadav gave me a very interesting thought back in 2013, that I should burn all my bridges and only then I should start up. Because if I don't burn all my bridges, I will eventually try to go back to a safer and more comforting place. And burning all bridges can mean different things for different people. I think it is great advice, but think about it, because if you burn your bridges entirely, there is no other there's really no other way to go. And I just cannot give a sweeping statement here that maybe you should drop out. But if you are thinking about it, if you can burn your bridges, if you don't have those many constraints in life, maybe you should.
Sure. I think almost we are coming to end of the session, Farid. I just want your final thoughts. Most of our students are from Bharat. Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. Many would have gone to vernacular medium during their high school. Very aspirational. They want to do better, contribute to themselves, the family, and the society. But still, somewhere at the back of the mind, they feel that they are from there. What is your encouraging words to them, and how can they overcome that mindset block?
I am from Maliabad near Lucknow. Okay, it's a village, and I'm sitting in my village right now. We don't get electricity even till date 24 hours, right? We get 12 hours in a day. All my dad studied in a Hindi medium school up until his class 12th, and then he somehow scraped through with a degree in Lucknow University with BS, right? But neither did that stop him, nor did this infrastructural gap that we have in Uttar Pradesh, or in rural Uttar Pradesh, like what I'm facing right now, or I faced through my formative years. This doesn't stop. This didn't stop him or me, and or this doesn't stop anyone at all. My co-founder Bhanu comes from a village called Chauri Chaura near Gorakhpur in eastern UP, and that didn't stop him from going on to become one of the best, or if not the best, one of the best CTOs amongst all startups in India. And there are umpteen examples like this of another individual who probably your students would also be aware of, Praveen Dhinwa, who is who works with ShareChat, and who is my batchmate at IIT. He first saw computers for the first time when he reached IIT, and he's from computer science department, and he studied all his life. I think he was he did in a village education first, and then he was at Navodaya, and then and in both the places he was not having. I think up until class 10th, it was all in Hindi. So, and I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to confirm it with him. But he's someone who is touted as one of the best programming problem setters in India, and one of the best database architects in India. And he is now a data scientist, and he is from a background where there was never a computer. There was no computer in the vicinity. People had not seen a computer. So yeah, there are umpteen examples of people who make it despite everything. There's actually a very lame reason why you should not be uh, programming. Like as I said, it requires motivation, and it requires you to not be lazy. If you are finding an excuse that, look, I'm from a Hindi medium school, or I'm from some place in or a Tamil medium school, or a Telugu medium school, or I'm from a rural area, I think you're just being lazy. Because you know uh, it's always possible to upskill yourself, whether that and sometimes you have to upskill more than anyone else, but that's fine, right? Like if you have to learn English as an upskilling, it's not necessarily an upskilling, but yeah, in for programming it will be a prerequisite. So if you have to learn English as an upskilling exercise, I think you should do it. It's anyways required.
Yeah.
You can't shy away from doing the grunt work. So yeah, so that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Thank you for it. Thank you for sharing your journey from a material science to a programmer, to an entrepreneur, and the successes that you have had. We wish you, the ShareChat team, and we are so proud that we are able to build product-based companies out of India, and we are able to give fight to the biggies of the world. So look forward, and we would be very happy to send more students to ShareChat, and we would be very happy to have you and encouraging our students. Thank you, Fareed. Thank you so much for your time. Stay safe, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Yogesh. Thank you, Pradeep. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Fareed. I just want you to stay back if you have not gone till now. Are you there?
Sure.
Cool.
Sure.
So the basic idea of this 2 years of impact is that we have come up with a impact book which is on the way for you. So you can't unveil it. So let me just do it for you. Basically, this is the impact book. Oh my God. This is the background.
You have to disable the background.
Got it. Yes. So it has basically like we have journaled the most impactful stories which has come out from Masai School. There are more than 100 stories from Masai School which are very unconventional, and those who have cracked the jobs, and those who have make them mark in the tech ecosystem. So we have journaled those stories, and would love to hear your feedback once you receive it. And this is the biggest thing that we wanted to basically unveil today.
Awesome. Great job, Prateek. I think you guys have done a fantastic job in transforming so many lives at the same time, and I believe you will continue to do so going ahead. I unfortunately don't have the hard copy in front of me, but I look forward to grabbing a copy of it soon when I'm back in Bangalore.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks so much, Fareed, for taking our time.
Awesome. So that was Fareed, co-founder at ShareChat, along with Yogesh, co-founder at Masai School. I think a very insightful session. Whether you're an aspiring techie, you're looking at social media companies, or you're looking at doing a startup of your own. For anybody who's tuned in late, today we are gathered to celebrate the 2 years completion of Masai School, and we have a lot of different speakers coming in to talk about many different topics. We just finished the session with Fareed. In another 5 to 10 minutes, we will have Varun Khaitan, who is the co-founder at Urban Company, previously known as Urban Clap. I'm sure everybody here would be familiar with Urban Company. And very interesting conversation lined up with them. But in the meantime, we do have more updates for all of you guys. Fareed was talking about many of the students who have actually come out of Masai School and then joined ShareChat. And one of the first ones to do that was Mohammad Hassan, a student from cohort 1, mechanical engineer who was working in a in a workshop before he came to Masai school, and then he has made his way working shoulder to shoulder with the Tier 1 Institute software developers. We'll share a small video, and you guys can see more about his story. He is one of the first people to also complete his ISA payments at Masai school in record time. So I think we can all take away something from that. Just putting it up. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Myself, Mohammad Hassan. I am from Salem, Tamil Nadu. I am a BE graduate. Currently, I am working as a software developer at State. In colleges, we don't know what kind of company we are going to place, and we don't know what kind of salary we are going to get. There is a more blur after completing. ISA model is helpful in that way. I am going to pay only when I get succeeded. I haven't heard ISA before. So initially, I wasn't very sure that someone is even doing a ISA kind of a model. So I thought initially that there could be some hidden charges. I used to have many doubts. I used to contact regularly with Pratik. I used to call him directly to ask what kind of, how it actually works. Should I have to sign something? If I signed, how many years it is going to be valid? How it actually works? My dad said me that there could be any hidden charges over there. You could be caught, but what did you think? He asked me. In that state, right, after graduating, being frustrated, he asked me what you want to do. Do you think that you can try? I said that they are new, surely want to do something. And even I was in my initial stage of my career. I want to do something big. Going with them would be my right path. I don't think they would hang me somewhere. That was the triggering point. I convinced my parents, even it could be a hidden charge somewhere, sure, I will going to learn about this world at least. I have belief on myself, first of all. And second, I believed them because they are very new to the market. I believed them because they are from good graduates. Experience in previous companies also really good. And based on that, I just had a hope that sure they won't let us hanging somewhere. And sure they are going to try something, and I am willing to be part of it because I am also trying it. Currently, at least in the youth mindset, whomever I know, even they are after studying, they are not going to get a job. Whenever you give money to someone, you think you have a ownership on them, right? So right now you are giving money to your colleges, and you think you have a ownership over your teachers. Whenever the students think they have a ownership over their teachers, they definitely don't learn from them. When they believe that our teacher is the one who is going to teach us our path of life, only then they are going to learn. In the ISA model, teachers not taking money from you at least. They are giving you completely their own every hard work and everything. They are giving their part well to make ourselves success. So student has their own responsibility in order to make my life as a success. That's what the mindset, at least I saw in Masai, that's what the people mindset here, and how they actually see their mentors. Whatever Masai tries, right, the full stack web development course in just 6 months. After coming to a job, I realized that it's not going to happen in 6 months. It's a huge stuff which people are currently, even who are already experienced 5 years, are even learning new things in the market right now. But they are taken a challenge. Masai School has taken a challenge of making this course to be given to the students who know nothing about the coding and need to start from the scratch, and they are giving to him or her in the very initial stage, and they are making it happen in just 6 months. So it's not actually a part, it's actually a lifestyle of a developer. Whoever adopt to that who always do good in code. Just for 6 months in Masai school, then in your later when you are in professional daily job, right? You are doing a daily job. You can do it in very easy. You can do it. That's not a limit to it. Well, that's not a limit to it. You there is a company who are hiring for even 10 lakhs per annum. Even there is a company who hires for you for 18 lakhs per annum. There are huge differentiate companies who are coming there. So paying your ISA is based on your company. Even if you get a good job above 10 lakhs per annum, if you kind of get a good place in that kind of company, you can pay your ISA in minimum a year. In a year itself, you can pay your complete ISA as I did. I always consider Masai as my another family. Because whatever the decision I am going to take, I first of all consult with my mentors. And they are, as I said in the graduation also, they are not just mentors for this 6 months which I spent there. They are also mentors for my life. And still after getting placed in share chat also, in many of the times, I used to ask them, how can I improve these kind of people over there in my work environment to make myself unique? What should I do? How can I show my potential towards them? And what's my next stage of my life? If I stuck to some problem also, they are the first person who are coming, who I can reach them to solve it, and you can guide me in the right direction. Still, I am used to get in touch with Masai itself. It's not that after completing the course, the completely as in college it happens, right? So it's not the thing in Masai school. It's actually a family to me. From my heart, I'm saying that you don't get any mentors outside like this. They never let you down.
I'm always personally inspired by stories like this. Every time I interact with Hassan, it amazes me to see what kind of drive he has towards success, and I see that in so many of our students. Continuously inspires us, and a constant reminder of what we are trying to achieve here, and how do we move forward on that. And of course, while we were watching that video, Varun has joined in between. Hey, Varun, thank you so much for taking the time today. For anybody who does need an introduction, while I think we spoke about it earlier as well, Varun is one of the founders at Urban Company, earlier known as Urban Clap. He's an IIT Kanpur graduate who worked at Qualcomm, worked at Boston Consulting Group, and then decided that the corporate life and the corporate achievements were not for him, and set out on his own. Welcome once again, Varun. Thank you for taking the time. Just to let you know, we are joined by people on the Zoom platform, and we also have people watching us live on YouTube. So we will take questions towards the end from both platforms. I'll be facilitating that. I think over 1,000 people watching us live right now. So would you like to start with an introduction or a background about yourself, or maybe Urban Company, for anybody who would like to know?
Sure. Thank you for having me here today. I would firstly just congratulate all of you at Masai for setting up such a promising company, and congratulations on the second anniversary. Having been part of the tech industry in India now for the last almost 8 years, I can say with full confidence, technology has been the biggest game changer this country has seen over the last couple of decades. And I think we look back constantly every 5-10 years of our life as this single thing having changed all our lives for the better. And that also means that in India there's a big shortage of high quality software engineers, and what you guys are doing is creating brilliant careers and actually propelling the whole country forward in a very significant way. So I wish you the best for the mission that you guys are on, and wish you all the success.
Thank you so much, Varun, for your kind words. I think it is, we are able to build the curriculum, we are able to deliver this kind of a thing. Thanks to partners like yourself, who've given us tremendous input in shaping the curriculum and in terms of what are the actual demands in the industry. So really happy to have you here. Quick note on the urban company or the urban club journey as you started. If you can just touch upon that. What was the thought? Why did you guys what made you move out of your career, which seemed to be well set, at least from the outside, and then take on this kind of a risk?
Sure, sure. Yeah, I'd love to share a few things. So, this is back in 2009 when I had graduated from IIT Kanpur. I was lucky enough to have my first job in the US, and sitting in Southern California, the first couple of years of my working life were quite picture perfect. It did seem like all the goals that I had back in college had been fulfilled a little too quickly. And um, Deep down, instead of a lot of satisfaction and happiness, I instead found a lot of emptiness inside me, which was strange. Living with that for a few more months, I realized the thing that was bothering me a lot was I was building a lot of cool technology. Qualcomm, the company I was working at, makes a lot of the wireless internet that we see around us possible. But I wanted to devote the next 20, 30 years of my life building something of my own, something that would actually solve problems back home in India. I think this divide between where India was and where the United States was um, used to affect me quite a bit. It did take a few more years to muscle up the energy and conviction, but the end of 2013 is when I left my job in the US and came back. Two other friends, now co-founders, took very similar journeys. They were also working in the US and in Singapore at the time, and for very similar reasons, the three of us wanted to devote our best periods of the career building something together in India. That really started, in some sense, the urban company story. Um, our first company was a massive failure. um, we um, we jumped on the first idea that we thought would be cool, and about 4 months in, the idea just completely didn't work out. Not to say that there wasn't money. There were investors available. Things were from the outside again looking good, but somewhere we didn't feel that we were building a very game-changing company, and hence we shut it down. After that came a very interesting period of about 7, 8 months where we just roamed around the streets of Delhi, speaking to common men and women, trying to understand what was the largest problem in India that we could solve with a new company. And that was a very humbling exercise, because we used to see all of these amazing new ideas and apps in the US and in other countries, and we would want to build the same here. And we would go to people and talk about them, and we would get these tight slaps across our face, because almost everybody would say that this is such a useless idea. Why don't you solve some of my everyday problems? I have so many problems which I would love a company to solve, but what you have on your list is none of them. And after those 7, 8 months of uh, I would say struggle slash education, um, where we went through this phase of denial, then a phase of acceptance, then a phase of real entrepreneurship, which the first lesson of which was to listen to customers and to build what customers really want. Out of that was born the idea of urban company, because amongst maybe 1,000 customer conversations that we would have had, almost everybody said that technology is solving so many things around me. Why can't technology solve my everyday simple problems? One of getting a plumber, getting a carpenter, getting a beautician, getting a painter. That's where we started. Yeah, if you'd like me to talk about a little bit of the last 7 years of building the company, happy to spend time on that as well.
Definitely, I think it would be quite insightful. In fact, I didn't know that you guys had a failure blip also in between. So please do share.
Yeah, so when we started Urban Company, the mission, we coined it soon after, has been to disrupt the world of home and personal services. Our mission is to deliver service experiences like never before by empowering individual service professionals all over the world. It's a pretty mouthy mission, but it's really about three things. We want to make buying and consuming a service as a delightful experience compared to what life was before Urban Company, which was mostly full of pain, poor quality, and cheating. We do this by empowering individual service professionals, and our ambition is to do this all over the world. Today we are live in 5 countries. We have 40,000 service partners on our platform. These service partners are individuals like beauticians, electricians, and AC technicians who actually come to your home and provide services. And we serve over 1 million customers per month. So, we have achieved a small part of our mission over the last 7 years, but there is a long, long way to go. We dream of a company over the next 10 years, which will be present in many, many countries around the world, and which will be used by almost all urban households in India and will make their life better. Now, a few lessons of how we got here. Um, just like there were failures before we started in our first company, there were tons of failures in our current journey as well. Um, in at some point in the year 2015, there were about 300 companies trying to solve this space. Now certainly most of them have folded, and I can look at a few important reasons what made us different. First was technology, and I think it's very important to call out on a forum like this. 95% of all services that get booked and consumed on the Urban Company platform today have no human involvement from anyone at Urban Company. You as a consumer book a service, an individual service professional gets assigned, shows up on time, delivers the service to your satisfaction and leaves, because everything behind it gets powered with technology. These 40,000 people who were earlier employees working on minimum wage are now earning much more and operating their own independent businesses. None of them are employees. They're all individual entrepreneurs. And they're able to run their business sitting from their home only because of technology that has been created around us over the last decade.
Right.
The second reason that makes us a bit different is our obsession on consumer experience. We've, as a company, done many things which would be traditionally not considered the forte of a technology company. When we started in our first 2 years, we realized the problem really wasn't one of finding a service professional. The problem was that the whole market did not have high quality trained professionals. And our immediate solution to that was to say, okay, if the problem is lack of quality professionals, let's actually create them. And we started setting up training centers to train for the first time in India service professionals across categories. Today, we run more than 200 training classrooms in a very similar vein as you guys do. and we train our service professionals for programs which range anywhere between 2 days to 2 months, um, and these make them ready to work under the Urban Company brand and come home and provide standardized services. We realized delivering services often needs products as well, like beauty services need cosmetics. So we created our own beauty products company within, and we started running e-commerce, which sends cosmetics to the homes of our beauticians, sends spares to the homes of our AC technicians, so that they can again continue to operate their business from home, and every day just wake up, see products at their doorstep, take them and go to customers' homes. um, we give them loans to get their business started. These are all unbanked and first time to credit individuals, and the whole market was not willing to give them a loan for them to start out on their own. So we had to also start a lending business. um, and all of these really brought together what we call as a full stack service model, and ensures when you book a service today, you get a trained professional who is wearing uniform, who's carrying great products, who's aligned to making you happy and delivering to you a great experience. The third thing that makes us different is we thought of the value not just to the customers and to us as a company. We thought of the value that Urban Company will create for the entire ecosystem. And for us, the big stakeholder in this ecosystem is our service partners. Contrary to what popular belief was, that professionals in India or service professionals in India are just bad. They are bad people. They will always cheat you. They will always be unprofessional. We realized the gap really was in how the industry was treating them. These were hardworking men and women living in expensive cities like us, and they were getting always, as a rule, paid not more than 15,000 rupees. Um, and that was because the small businesses employing them, whether it is a salon or a repair shop or a paint company, they were, in some sense, playing middleman, exploiting the industry and keeping most of the money. We changed that equation to a win-win equation, removed the middleman, empowered these people to become individual entrepreneurs. And you'll be surprised to know that almost all of them, when they join Urban Company, get their earnings to jump by at least 2 times, if not 3 to 4 times. Um, and as a result of that jump in their earnings, they've all seen a transformation in their life. Almost all of them have been able to buy cars, buy jewelry, buy good education for their children, and many of them have bought their first home. So, when you create a platform that creates so much joy in the lives of the people who are actually working and delivering the services in the homes of the customers, that goes a very long way, because then they want to make every customer happy. That makes the company popular and eventually a unicorn. And they also attract everyone in their community to come and join. So it's been a real revolution on the side of the service professionals. And we have, one of our goals as a company is to have 1 million service professionals in India alone over the next decade. So yeah, I would say those are some things that have made Urban Company unique. A focus on technology, a focus on customers, and a win-win ecosystem. Um, and all of this would not have been possible without the advent of smartphones and the internet and all the technology that's around us.
Got that. That's really awesome to hear that kind of progress. The starts as a satisfied customer, I can tell you it's been a real what do you say, pain saver, so to speak. So yeah, personal testimony. But more on the technology side, because a lot of our audience here today is budding or aspiring software developers, what are the kind of challenges that you would faced on the tech side, or what kind of a role has tech played in this journey? If you can elaborate a bit on that.
Yeah, see, 90% of what we do as a company, which makes customers love us, would not be possible uh, if any of the constituent elements of technology were not there. That's why often I'm asked this question of why does a company like this does not exist elsewhere, or why was this problem not solved till now? It was actually not possible to create um, a platform like ours in 2010. I'm glad 2014 is when we started the company. It also coincided with the growth of mobile tech in India.
Right.
So let me take an example to illustrate how tech makes all the difference. Um, I hope many of you have tried our haircut service, but if not, that's something which I'm sure everyone on this call can use. And if you go through that journey, here is what you will see. While booking the haircut, we will not only ask you your address and your time of booking, we will show you a catalog of hairstyles um, that will be a recommendation to you based on your looks. So you will, for the first time, be able to select a haircut before a barber shows up and get the haircut you desire, as opposed to the haircut which the barber desires you to have, which is almost always the case going to a barber shop here. Then that haircut booking of yours will be through our backend matchmaking algorithms in real time be given to a barber who's active and in the neighborhood. But we also allow you to book for days in advance, and if you book days in advance, then it needs a lot of technology to ensure that on the day we are able to track and make sure a barber reaches on time. We know people love their favorite barbers. So not the second time you come and want to book a haircut, we allow you to book your same loved barber, so that you don't have to try a new barber each time. When this individual comes home, because it is COVID times, there are a bunch of safety protocols that you must have seen everywhere around you. But using tech, urban companies' safety protocols are different. So our individual barbers will wear a fresh mask in front of you and wear gloves and use sanitizer. But they will also click a bunch of photographs, which will, using image detection, immediately confirm whether the individual is wearing a mask and following all safety protocols or not. And then when the person starts the service, then every product that they use, if you are, let's say, using a hair oil, then they will use a camera barcode scanner to scan and show to you and to urban company that they are only using genuine products in your haircut service. So just in the experience of a simple haircut, so many aspects of the service are driven and controlled by technology, so that as a customer, in the end, you get a perfect haircut that you want to repeat each and every time. Similarly, if you try to book uh, let's say a AC repair service for a fault that your air conditioner has, some of the steps will be the same as we discussed in the case of a barber. But when that technician actually comes and tells you that, hey, your compressor is not working and hence I'm going to charge you 2000 rupees, uh, he will also be asked to submit a video proof which shows that a test was done on the compressor and the compressor was in fact faulty. So these are just a few simple examples how technology actually powers the urban company experience end to end, and solves very real problems that consumers face in the availing of a service. Uh, Offline, if you think of any repair transaction that you've had, the problem always is, was I cheated? Was the plumber or the electrician asking for more money and more time breaking up things which were not even spoiled. So issues which are just very genuine in the life of a customer have been solved in such a beautiful manner with technology, and this is something that's it's an ever going process. Sky is the limit on how much we can innovate if we pay attention to problems that customers face and voice to us, and if we use our minds and technology in order to solve them.
Very interesting. It's interesting to see the layers. And like you said, the sky is the limit. We can go anywhere. What are some of the next steps in technology, some innovations, if, of course, if you can talk about it, that you guys are bringing in the near future?
Yes, there is a lot that is still going on behind the scenes. So let me give you a couple of examples. So we just spoke about repairs, and everyone's gotten or knows that Urban Company offers all kinds of repair services. Now we are taking the next step forward using video calls and saying, you don't always have to call a technician home to get a repair problem solved. Imagine the problem happens in the middle of the night. You may not be able to actually book and get a professional, but a video expert on call can be available at all times. So next time you need to call someone for your refrigerator or AC or microwave, you will not have to book and have a physical person come. You will instantly have a video call where an expert on the other side will understand and try to help you out. What we've seen is 1/3 of all problems can actually be solved on the call by the customer immediately. But the others that need an expert to come, of course, an expert can then be sent later. Similarly, with our painting services, painting is a multi-day complex service, very difficult to standardize. We are again using technology to build workflows, which will make it a very easy job for you. Many a times people are not present in the home when the home is being painted because you want to avoid the dust and chaos. So using our new workflows, sitting anywhere in an alternate city as well, you'll be able to see how your home painting job is progressing every day, and with confidence turn over keys.
Interesting. And the first one you were talking about also then allows you to go across the length and breadth of a country without having to wait for professionals being available there. So it's
absolutely. Those are some immediate advantages that will kick in, and many more services that can be provided using video calls.
Right. Fantastic. Moving a little bit to the people side, because that's again, that's where our audience is. Engineers, product managers, their trades work. If you would talk a little bit about what is the kind of culture or the kind of things you look at in people, how are they progressing along? How have they played a role in this entire journey?
Yeah, so we have a now sizable engineering team, but I can tell you for the longest time, at least the first 5 of our 7.5 years of the company, we've built everything with a small team of under 60 engineers. That is just a testament of how much a single engineer can create. And the team at Masai and all the engineers that you guys are graduating and sending to the next tech companies in India, they all have a amazing opportunity at their hands to propel every company that they join. Internally, a few things that our engineers do differently that I'd love to share. First, the ideas of what products and changes we should build at Urban Company comes from anywhere and everywhere. We have the For, let's say, we are a little bit lucky to be a consumer facing company, so everyone in the company can actually use, and we encourage insane amount of usage of urban company services. There are many people in the company who get a haircut every week so that they can try the product, and come up with ideas of how to make the journey more seamless, either in the life of the customer or in the life of our service partners. People who have multiple air conditioners in their home, they don't get it booked all at once. So if you have 4 ACs, people book 4 different appointments on 4 different days, again, so that they can use the product more and more. People help all their friends and family with bookings, because this is, the best source of ideas. And this doesn't have to be done by a product manager alone. It can be done by everyone on the engineering team, and it is done by everyone on the engineering team, so that ideas are democratized and everyone thinks of, what should I spend my next 1 week or 1 quarter building. um, then, the whole idea of building engineering within the company uses some of the most cutting edge practices. We use microservices. We have our own internal dev tools and platforms which make coding on the urban company stack easier, and at least a good 10 to 15% of our engineering team is focused on how should they make coding faster for the rest of the engineering team at the company. So there's a lot of focus on good ideas. There's a lot of focus on speed. There's a lot of focus on iterations. Earlier I spoke to you about how our COVID protocols are not just rules on a piece of paper. There is image detection algorithms confirming that every service is actually safe, using cameras to confirm temperature, masks, sanitizers, etc. All of these models were not available on the day we launched these services. So our engineers themselves participated in saying, let's launch. A bunch of us will get together and code photographs that are coming and create our own learning model. And within first month of launch, they were able to convert a model which was fully manual to fully automated, not requiring any training anymore. So there's a lot of focus on speed and iterating fast. And fourth, I don't know how many engineers on the call will like this. We don't have our own quality team. We killed our quality team 3 years ago. We made it every engineer's responsibility to test the code that they are making, and be responsible to fix it if there are anything wrong with it later. So high ownership of code as well as ideas, a lot of partnership among them to build common tools, processes, coding practices, and a lot of focus on speed and iteration.
Okay, interesting. I hope all the aspiring developers are making notes. Very useful pointers. And if I just touch upon this a little bit, when you did kill the quality team, how did the engineers react at UC?
I would say maybe mixed responses. There were actually enough engineers who liked it, who actually felt that one, it would give them more ownership, and if I am building, I am testing, and I am launching, then I sort of have my own signature on the product, and I really care about having my signature on a well-built product. There were, of course, those who felt that testing is a little bit beneath uh, what an engineer should do. But I can tell you, all of that changed very quickly, because once they realized how making and testing things themselves, while it might delay a launch step, in the long run, it actually makes the development process faster. And it just pushed them to make so much automated testing that it's not like today people engineers are responsible for testing, but when you make engineers responsible for anything, they figure out smarter ways to do it. Uh, so now most of it is done automated, and it's actually a win-win.
Sounds interesting. That's a novel approach. I wonder if more companies will be able to follow through on that. Cool. Varun, if you don't mind, we'll take a few questions from the audience. I think we have questions coming in, both from
Yes,
Zoom.
absolutely. Would love to.
YouTube. Fantastic. This is actually a very unique question. It is said that entrepreneurs have the same personality profile as artists. Two-part question following this. Do you agree? And see among your own fellow entrepreneurs?
Yeah, I would agree to a lot of the commonalities. You know, maybe a couple that I do see around me all the time. First, artists and entrepreneurs are alike in the sense of dreaming about a world that is imaginary today, that does not exist but is very beautiful, and they believe in it so much that they end up going forward and creating it. Second, the journey is often full of struggle, because people around you are not able to see the beauty of a painting while it is being made. Only kind of realize it once it is at least 70-80% complete. Uh, and that's the case with entrepreneurs as well. You have to be okay with not being believed by most people around you. And third, I think the journey is a little bit lonely. The one advantage entrepreneurs have is that you can have co-founders, and over time you can build a team around you. Artists probably don't have that luck as much. But yeah, the aspect of dreaming and building and making the world better is absolutely
cool. Thanks, Rishi, for asking that question. That was right here on the Zoom platform. One follow-up from my side, in a similar way, we see how the world is changing. Would you say that engineering and product or any such professions are quickly evolving into as much of creative professions as they are logical? Because they are the creators of today's day and age, right?
Yes, 100%. I think I would probably think it's always been the case. Engineering, not just software or computer engineering. If you think of all other forms of engineering and how they all started with the purpose of making life on our planet easier, and most of them involve making machines and making technology that moves things forward. I think maybe um, because a lot of those inventions happened before. Now, most of what we see around us is the internet. Um, but yeah, if you look at the world around us and the role that engineers and product managers play, even in tech, there is a fair amount of creativity to it. In fact, I would say in our hiring process, we expressly test for people's ability to be creative, deal with ambiguity, um, deal with uncertainty, and be confident of their own ideas, all of which I think bear a lot of resemblance to the creative profession.
Interesting. I think interesting insight for again our aspiring engineers and developers. So we have a next question from Shrikanta, who's asked this on YouTube. How did you validate the idea of UC, whether or not it would be successful? And if I may add a follow-up, is that even possible?
So we didn't actually face that challenge. Like I mentioned earlier, our first idea failed, and that idea actually failed because we didn't validate it. It was a problem that me and my co-founders were facing, and we assumed that this was a problem everyone faced. It was a large problem. Let's do it, and we failed. So this time we decided to not worry about ideas that we had, and in fact go and ask people what were their problems. And because we spent so much time and we optimized for only one thing, let's solve the biggest problem that people in India are facing today. Um, and we never had to ask ourselves whether the idea will work. What we had to ask ourselves was, problem exists, everyone's complaining about services. Question is, can we build a solution? uh, and that was a leap of faith. uh, can this problem be solved? Can a company be built? That was a pure leap of faith. But I would say every year thereafter, we grew in confidence that we are moving on the right track. People are liking what we are building, and we kept going.
Understood. Understood. I think that's also a message to all the aspiring entrepreneurs and the product managers. Henry Ford's advice may not be applicable every time. So let's see a question from Discord. Fatima asks, how do companies get evaluated by investors? Now, I'm not sure if this is entirely in the scope of today's conversation, but if you'd like to just get Fatima started on this.
Sure. See, company valuation has maybe a lot of things go into it. At the most simplest level, investors want to invest in companies that will grow, become large, and return a lot more capital than they invested. So they want to look at companies which are solving large and very real consumer pain points. Um, they want to look at companies which have um, a either unique solution or a committed enough founding team that can go on and build game-changing solutions. And maybe a third is companies which either have a competitive edge or are working on building a competitive edge that differentiates them from any other company in the space. So if all of those three things are true, if you're building a company solving a large problem, you have a great solution, and you can build it in a way that will keep competitors away, then yeah, valuations will follow.
Got that. Thanks for taking that bit up. I think we have limited time left, so I'll take one question which I think is very interesting. So this comes from YouTube as well. Sheetal is asking, how did urban company navigate COVID? And again, I would like to add a little bit to it. COVID was one of the biggest challenges for all organizations, especially for one like yours, where there are now added layers of question marks on trust and everything. So how did you take a challenge and then convert it into such a huge opportunity?
Yeah. I think this is a great one, and we can talk about for a long time. But I'll at least give you the key things we did. First, we realized that we are building a company for the next many decades, if not the next 100 years, um, and we have to face such challenges bravely and minimize the impact that it has on any of our internal stakeholders. So we didn't let go of any team members. We didn't cut any salaries. And we told everyone we'll tide through this together. Next came our service partners, and business was actually shut for a month to 2 months, depending on the city or category. And this was not announced on day zero, right? It kept happening gradually. So when we realized that this is a long enough stoppage, we were very worried about how our service partners will run their families. And we took a fairly unprecedented move of just transferring 5,000 rupees as business advance into the accounts of all of them. So at the time, there were about 20,000 service partners on our platform, and we gave everybody 5,000 rupees to say, take care of yourself and your families and buy the basic food items that you need, and we'll continue to support you along the way as well. And one might think that this is a blue collar workforce, and if you give them money with no strings attached, what will happen? more than 90% of them came back, have returned the money, and are proudly and happily working with our platform. Uh, and beyond that, we did a bunch of other things to take care of them as well. But fast forward June, when business restarted, then our biggest worry was safety, and how will we operate our company, which is a high touch personal services company in this new world. um, the entire company got onto the problem, and we made a bunch of changes around safety. We didn't open our offices. We did all the service training online. Um, we changed certain service practices so that it could be done in a safe manner. Like threading for women is done using holding the thread in their mouth. That's not possible with when wearing a mask. So we changed service processes to say how do you do it without taking off your mask as a beautician. And then we implemented a bunch of very clear safety protocols. Uh, like we'll only send partners who are temperature checked, who are healthy, who are wearing a mask, sanitizer, and using only single use material in the house of the customer. And not only did we lay these rules down, we provided all of this to the service partners for free, and we built technology to ensure that all of this is actually happening in every single house done by every single service partner. So yeah, I would say broadly uh, these were the biggest things, and then so much else. But the whole idea was first take care of all team members and ecosystem partners, and then when business started, then we wanted to provide a platform uh, which had the safest services. Uh, and it worked. Customers understood what we were doing, and customers trusted us. And by September, the business was back to pre-COVID, and by early this year, the business was double of pre-COVID. Of course, second wave happened after that, but the power of building trust is so amazing that as the unlocks of the second wave started early June, this time in the month of June itself, the business is back to pre-second wave numbers and growing from there. So while last year COVID was new and it took consumers 3-4 months to build confidence, this year is just like a snap and everyone's back.
Interesting. So if I may take the liberty to paraphrase and take the learnings into our lives, one is the attitude with which you show up, a lot of creative solutioning, and I think don't be afraid to take risks, trust the people. That's something which enables you to deal with unknowns, and that's something we try and build as a quality in our developers as well. Technology is like these scenarios ever changing, and the changes come all the time. It's such a rapid setup. Any word of advice to aspiring developers, who are looking to start out their careers?
See, the world around us is changing very, very fast. If the change from 2010 to 2020 is anything to go by, all of you are going to live in the golden age of India. As you graduate out of Masai school, the next 10-20 years, everything around you is going to develop and change at a rapid pace. So firstly, you should congratulate yourself on taking the path of technology and engineering. You're certainly going to be stepping out as students of the most coveted profession in this day and age. You should have a very, very bold ambition and goal for your life. Think in 5, 10, 20 years. Imagine how different India will be in 2030 and 2040, and start asking yourself, what do you want to be doing at that time? Anything that you set your eyes on is possible, and you should dream big and think long term, and then trust your heart and trust your abilities to go on and achieve all the goals and dreams that you have in mind.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Varun, for joining us today. Thank you for taking the time. And I hope everybody's got some learnings. I am sure to reach back to you to understand more things about how to build this trust from an organization perspective. And yeah, here we have Pratik also here.
Varun, loved the session, and thank you so much for taking out time speaking with our kids. And I'm always like, I always love when you interact about our own company, and it's a dream company for most of our people. And the way you guys have built it, it's phenomenal and it's amazing. So thanks for sharing the journey with us, and totally love the session.
Thank you. I wish you guys the very best. Continue all the good work you guys are doing, and best of luck.
Cool. Awesome.
Awesome. So, yeah, guys, that was Varun from Urban Company. Hopefully, you've taken a lot of good takeaways. And sorry to everybody whose questions were not answered. Unfortunately, every speaker has a deadline, a time. So, if you still have questions which are unanswered, please write to us. You can write to us at admissions@Masai School. You can tweet to us at the rate Masai School. In fact, our team is putting out some of the key learnings away on Twitter. Be sure to follow us there, engage with us. Tell us what you thought. Tag us so that we can also see what you're able to take away from this. We are still just about halfway through. So if you think this was interesting, the next two sessions are going to be, if possible, even more amazing. In another 10 minutes, we will have the CTO and co-founder of Zerodha, that is Kailash Nath, along with the CTO and co-founder of Masai School, Nupul Dev, who's already here, in a conversation as well. So that is going to be very interesting. But in the meantime, I want to, share maybe one more example. So of what our students have been able to achieve, and despite many different things. And the reason, I'm probably taking this. In fact, before I go to the video, a lot of people are asking questions on YouTube about how this works, how that works, and so on and so forth. I think you will have the opportunity to interact with us. We do AMA sessions every week. So if you have questions related to Masai School, our curriculum, the ISA, the admissions process, join us on a Friday evening from 6 to 7. That's an AMA hosted by our admissions team, along with our founder Yogesh, and you'll get all your questions answered. To all the others, questions related to this, reach out to us on Twitter. And in fact, we have Kailash here already joined in, and Nupul's also here. So Kailash, if you would like to begin, I will hand it over to Nupul and Kailash.
Yes, good evening, Kailash.
Hey, good evening. Thanks.
Good evening, Kailash. So, good evening, everyone. So, welcome to this 2-year the core talker sessions. So we have Kailash here with us. He's the CTO at Zerodha. So he did his BSc in computer science and PhD from Middlesex University in artificial intelligence and computational linguistics. And he has been working in the tech sector as advisor, architect, and a developer. I still think he codes actively, and you can see his GitHub profile. So he actively codes daily on a daily basis, and he's leading the whole tech team at Zerodha. And for most of you, Kailash, we have around 200 audience over here and 500 there on YouTube Live. So around, so most of them are aspiring developers or trying to build their career in tech. For those of you who don't know, Zerodha currently handles 20% of all the trading that happens in India. And one of the best thing about that is they do with a very small team. And Kailash is going to explain what are the things that he put up in place so that they're able to manage that scale with very few members. So Kailash, the basic question, I think it might seem basic for the people who are in tech. So I just want to start off with the thing like, what is FOSS and then how Zerodha uses it to build the whole team and then the products around it.
Okay, thanks. FOSS is free and open source software. At Zerodha, we try to use open source self-hosted software as much as possible for building end user applications and systems, building backend systems, building, running and hosting, management systems, communication systems, everything. Whatever we can self-host and self-manage, we do that. I have as a hobbies developer, I've always learned how to code by trial and error, by picking apart freely available source code, FOSS, and that's how I slowly became a developer, who did programming professionally. So at Zerodha, when we started the tech team, there was just one person, and naturally that person, brought their FOSS experience and FOSS knowledge and started building a really small tech stack using FOSS. Early days was fixing really small things, digitizing bits and pieces within the organization, not really building software to give out to users. And it naturally grew from there. So there's a strong open source background here, which became the foundation of whatever we do at Zerodha. And thankfully, it's worked out well for us. So everything we do, it's all backed by open source software. We also write and we also produce open source software, contribute back however we can.
Yes. That's about FOSS and Zerodha so far. The people who don't know, so Zerodha runs with only a tech team of 30 people. So that recently I came to know they added one more person. So that's a small tech team compared to the scale at which they operate. So I think they get millions of requests per on an hourly basis on trades and all. So Kailash, how did you manage with this small amount of team building all the things without any enterprise software, building everything based upon the technologies or the things that are available in the free world?
There was none of this was planned. As I said, we started out with zero and we started fixing small little things, and it grew into a small slightly bigger project and a bigger project and another project, and it happened very organically. So I think that trajectory of going from nothing with no specific plans to solving actual problems we had one by one contributed greatly into how this team slowly evolved. I think it's a misconception. Personally, I don't really know what sort of a metric translates the number of developers into the complexity or the scale of the software that they are building. I don't think that the number of people really matter. There are some mind-blowingly sophisticated projects that are still built and maintained by individual developers. Stuff, open source software that pretty much the world runs on. So I don't think that sort of a metric really matters. How you structure the team, the set of people who are working on a certain problem, their skill sets and how they interact with each other. I think these things contribute to how a small or large team can result in software running at a certain scale. So it happened very organically, like I said. We never had any agendas to create a big tech team, or even started by saying we need 10 front-end developers or 15 back-end developers. When we felt that we needed more hands to build a project, we expanded the team by 1 person, 2 person, and that's why the team it's really small, like you said, 31 of us, and it's very personal. We're all developers. We develop and we write software, build, maintain, and have fun every day, and the dynamic has just worked. And I don't think 30 people versus 60 people versus 100 people versus 15 people, I don't think it's possible to quantify the number of people working on software like that. Yeah.
So now that brings us to the next question. So you also contribute a lot to the open source stuff, like even the projects which you took up, and I think there are more open source projects which you contribute to than the number of people in your team. So how do you manage uh, like doing both the stuff, like building as well as contributing to the open source?
Contributing to open source, it's not really, again, it's not really a personal agenda where I wake up and say, today I'll contribute to open source software. Like I said, I became a programmer by complete accident, happenstance. And when I happened to figure out what code was and what code could do. And as I said, I learned how to write code by looking at others' code. And others' code that was freely available on the internet would have been free and open source software that people publish. So it was only natural to me that I study and learn code by looking at other people's code, changing, modifying, tweaking, improving, breaking it apart. And whatever I did, whatever I was able to produce, I would put it out there as free and open source software, just as I had learned. So that is very natural to me. And uh, it's just, I mean, programming is a hobby. When you really like a certain hobby, you can get really productive in it. Of course, we're talking about code. So the manifestation of the hobby time that is spent is software, but could have been anything. Could have been gardening or cooking, and you could have still been very productive if you really like what you're doing. So I happen to like what I do. I'm a hobbyist. I really enjoy it still. So, and that's why there are a lot of projects, and I really like working on them.
Yeah. So now comes to the world of tech. There's so many fancy things that come up. So there's a lot of noise daily. You wake up to like a new library or a new framework.
Yeah.
And you also have to take so many decisions on whether to pick up this or whether to, this is a noise or this is a very fancy thing. How do you make these decisions on which to pick up and which to pass away?
I think that really requires experience for you to figure out what is really new, or it just looks new, or what is really an old concept that has been repackaged as new. You need to understand old. You really need to understand that. And I think to understand that, you have to have hands-on experience. If you haven't written code and produced software that people use, and you dabbled in all sorts of things hands-on, it's very difficult to make these decisions. There are, like you said, there are dozens of frameworks that get released every week, and many of these look like the next big thing. So how do you figure out the wheat from the chaff? You really have to understand the history of software, and you have to have had experience writing code, understanding concepts, writing useful software to really see through these things and then decide. And these decisions are critical because one decision today can completely change the timeline of your organization, business, etc. So more than about being right, these decisions come down to about being as less wrong as possible. And that you have to build up with experience by really writing software.
So yes, so and in this journey of writing software from and trying out new software which are completely open source. So what are your most important learnings from all this journey?
I think personally, my biggest personal learning is that very few things are truly new. Lots of these concepts, I mean, sometimes they are laughably old, but repackaged, renamed, and made all shiny today. So in all the serious stuff that we use to, let's say, build an organization, be it a financial business, let's say, I don't know, relational databases, or HTTP to push your APIs over, or a certain serialization language. Most of these are really, really old. All the technology that we really use, all these concepts became solid decades ago. So we're just seeing, slightly repackaged versions of the same concept. So over time, I personally realized that most new things aren't really new; they're just repackaged. And rarely do you see truly breakthrough new technology or software that does something completely differently from how it was done earlier. Yeah.
Okay. Now coming to the business you are in, which is in the finance side. So there you need to be much more stable, and you need to be much more compliance towards all the rules and regulations. And on the other side of the tech, as you're a startup, you are growing, you need to be fast, you need to be experimenting. So how do you balance both of these things?
It's very difficult to answer that. How do you make the right decisions is really the question. It's very difficult. I think it's a lot of luck, and luck, a factor. Luck here is a function of again the amount of experience you have in writing software. Because like I said earlier, one tiny decision can change the trajectory of your entire organization. Things can go horribly wrong. So you have to be, especially working with really critical in a critical domain like finance, where everything is real time and things can go wrong. You have to be very, very conservative. So building a startup or company fast does not mean shipping features fast. I think it's a very common misconception. Building can be all sorts of things. It could be future-proofing something that you anticipate, like a regulatory change. It could be improving the underlying infra. It does not have to be things on the front end, new features, entirely new features. So you really have to take in everything and apply some foresight and try to be as less wrong as possible. And honestly, again, that comes with hands-on technical experience. Those tiny, minute decisions that you take, they really are rooted in your experience of having written software.
Yes. Now, coming to the open source side of things, as a country, I mean, so we are not so much like most of the companies are not so much open towards making their code public, but at Zerodha you maintain that culture of making some of the things at least public, in putting them in public domain and also adopting to that. So how did this culture and then this can be brought across the whole country and many startups? So what is your and then when these companies should start doing those things?
This is an area where I have big gripes. I am always extremely disappointed by our tech industry. If you look at the consumption of FOSS, open source software, all the so-called unicorns that we know today, all the high-tech companies and startups building really good consumer apps, all of them build everything on free and open source software. Pick up a really nice database, pick up a really nice framework, pick up a dozen frameworks, put everything together, build your software and push it out there. And alongside that, build valuations, but never really talk about FOSS or acknowledge the importance of FOSS. I think it's a cultural problem, because it's not a matter of technical limitations, or it's not a matter of resources even, because many of really big tech companies in India today are very well funded. It really comes down to cultural, it's a cultural issue. I think it can. I would even say that it all really begins with how our engineering curriculums are also structured. Engineering students, when they come out, the kind of skills they are meant to have, or the kind of exposure they should ideally get with free and open source software, because that's on day one, you're really writing JavaScript or Java or Python or whatever, and it's all open source to begin with. But there's no connection, there's no emotional connection with the concept of FOSS, or be it the moment, or be it the community aspect of FOSS. And that slowly permeates into the industry when students come out of college. And students who end up, young engineers who end up contributing, they do it out of their own volition. They would have discovered something on GitHub or Google, and they would have, because they liked it, they would have become a part of it. But like a like the academia gearing towards a force-based industry doesn't exist here. And that, again, like I said, permeates upwards into the industry. People, technical leaders of many tech companies, they don't drive force initiatives. They don't really have a mandate to open source things. So it's a complex issue, largely cultural.
So then now, how did you convince your management team or your co-founders on I'm going to go in this direction? So, and I'm going to take up these decisions, which are completely different from what the industry is doing. So
there was no convincing. So if we were to do tech at Zerodha, it would only be in this way. So one of the really fortunate things about how we work at Zerodha is that there's no tech versus management versus business. There's no such divide. There's no need to convince anyone. Everybody understands each other. You know, the dev teams are, the tech team is empathetic towards business requirements and non-technical folks, and the business folks are they're empathetic towards the tech teams. They understand each other, and it's always fruitful discourses. You know, we can have discussions, debates, things get shot down, but there's no need to go get approval because tech has to be done from a very technical perspective. As I said, this is one of the biggest pitfalls of many large enterprises, even really new startups, where there's a tech versus management divide, and non-technical management tend to take highly technical and usually absurd decisions on what sort of technology stack should be, you know, adopted, how the team should be grown. So fortunately, we don't have that. We try to do technology from a very technical perspective, from a very developer-centric view. So yeah, that's just how it's been. There's no convincing, you know, there's no non-technical decision makers driving technical things at Zerodha.
Okay. So now for all the audience out there, they're young and they have many different like ambitions. So there is always this choice when you are going to take like to make between money, stack, culture, and all the things. So the mix of you have to apply some algorithm to get a mix of all the things. So what is your suggestion and take to all these students out there?
Again, that's a very difficult question. I think it's important to build some level of self-awareness first, because how do you figure out whether a stack is cool? Because most stacks are brand new. I mean, every 2 years there's a completely new stack. Or how do you figure out what you really like to work on? Especially for very young engineers who are just out of college, they're very malleable, right? They may not really know what they would end up enjoying. Some people may like data, some people may like building front end, some people may like doing all of it. I think my personal view here is that if you want to be able to make better decisions when it comes to matters of career, it's very important to have hands-on experience writing software. It again comes back to hobby projects. If you work on hobby projects, and when I say hobby projects, I don't really mean, you know, stuff that you write and throw away. Most of it may be throw away, but there are certain things that just spin off and turn into really useful tools, right? They can take a life of their own. Now, if you write software hands-on, build useful things as your hobby, you push it out there, you interact with users, you gain that you gain very important insights and perspectives, which can really help you make better career decisions. Otherwise, you know, you learn how to write code, you're out there, you're looking for a job. How do you even, where is even that data to make an informed decision with so many, you know, different variables? So I would just say that build hands-on experience by writing software as a hobby if you like programming, and a lot of things will naturally become clearer. Even matters of, especially matters of career. Yeah.
Okay. Now doing this hands-on experience again, changing the tech and all, so requires a kind of learning on your own or by something. So how do you catch up or your team catch up with the new things, and what is your suggestion for all the people who are planning to learn new things in a very quick fashion?
I think you can really only learn programming by being hands-on. I mean, you can read all about it, but you'll not be able to write useful software. You have to write code. You have to run into bugs, issues. You have to give it out to users. You have to understand the perspective. So even if you go learn it, for you to truly build that experience as a developer, you have to write software. You have to write actual software that people use or solve problems. How do you do it? I mean, it varies from person to person. For me personally, it's a hobby. So whenever I find personal time, actually all of my personal time is largely spent on trying to work on my personal projects or trying to learn something new. And for many people in our tech team, we're all very alike when it comes to this. We really like what we do, and many of us, we keep on building little projects. And when you have a work environment like that, it's possible to spin off things that you're doing for work into something useful that you can push out also. So it's all of those factors work together. So sometimes work kind of becomes hobby and the lines blur. So really you just have to experiment. Firstly, you have to like it. You can't force really yourself to like it. You have to like writing code, and then these things become easy. Hobby projects, improving yourself, learning, collaborating, those things become natural.
So now the next question is like, how did you achieve the scale? Because scaling is one of the most toughest things to do in tech, and you have to rewrite, you have to rework upon a lot of things for the scale. And at finance, you should not break down because each one, you should not have any zero. You have zero tolerance for error. So how did you achieve this zero?
Many factors are, you have to have, like I said, less wrong technical decisions, and there are countless technical decisions that have to be taken over the years. So the less wrong you are, the better your odds at being future-proof with your software, being ready for scale. Otherwise, you end up with technical debt, and no amount of money or resources can fix a really bad, debt-laden tech stack. So, firstly, super early decisions, they're always technical, always dev-centric and careful. Those decisions go a long way. Decisions that we took in 2014 have enabled us to, tiny technical decisions on what sort of an in-memory cache to use, or, how to structure a certain system or API. They've helped us scale heavily in 2021, where today we are running at 1000x of what we were running in, 5-6 years ago. So those engineering decisions from a purely technical perspective are extremely important. And our use of FOSS, open source software, it's helped us greatly. We are not locked into or tied into many things where as you grow, as your stack grows, organization grows, you really need to, you're in a position where you really have to replace several things, several critical systems. But if you are, let's say, vendor locked in or tied into certain proprietary software, you really don't have the liberty to experiment or plug out, plug in. Thankfully, our conscious choice of self-hosted, that's also important, self-hosted FOSS components that we glued together helped us, scale things independently, take out one piece, replace it without anything else knowing. So basically, architecting, and we are not afraid to rewrite things when we feel that something, a certain component or whatever is becoming slow or is becoming bottleneck. We are not afraid to pause new features for weeks or even months and rewrite the entire thing. So there's this one component that I always think of on your trading platform. There are numbers, stock prices that tick live. And that component, the ticker, we've rewritten it, I think, 5 times from scratch. Delete the whole entire, backend technology, the protocol, delete everything, rewrite it. But that's never affected anything else. We've been able to independently, replace and rewrite that every time we ran into a bottleneck. And similarly, we've also scrapped entire backend systems that not technical people use. There are tons of there are several departments, legal, compliance, support, etc., and all of them have to log into systems to do their daily stuff. So all the management dashboards, etc., again, we built it on top of ERP Next, which is again an amazing open source project. And because it was self-hosted, because it was FOSS, because we had the liberty to change it however we want. We've always been able to remove, fix, swap out. So a culmination of all of this together has helped us achieve scale, and it really happened abruptly last year when everything became 5x overnight. So that and as I said, pausing new features and acknowledging technical debt and deleting and rewriting, that's a very difficult decision. And in many organizations where non-technical leadership make the call about technical things, that can never happen, because generally from what I've seen, that people say, if it's working, don't touch it, don't change it. So you can give them a technical reason saying this is slowing down by 50 milliseconds every month, but they wouldn't care. And you let it go for a year, suddenly you have technical debt that can never be replaced. So we don't operate like that. We look at all our systems internally and externally with a very developer-centric, engineering-centric perspective. And a culmination of all of these things have helped us. Yeah.
So this stack, I mean, so what does the current zero-day stack looks like? So that audience, if they want to understand, like get a like overview of how you are operating and all the things. What is the current tech stack?
We use Go heavily for many user-facing apps. For a lot of high throughput apps and services, we use Go. We use Python also heavily for a lot of back-end data crunching and processing. End of the day, in the stock market, in the capital markets industry, a lot of data is crunched at the end of the day. You synchronize with exchanges, all these large institutions. There's a lot of batch processing, tons of number crunching, a lot of that. For a lot of those things, we use Python. And we use Postgres heavily to store hundreds of billions of rows of financial data. We use Redis heavily for high throughput responses to to serve responses for high throughput APIs. These are the four major components, Go, Python, Postgres, Redis. Then, of course, there are lots of bits and pieces. We use Kafka as a message bus in places. We use NATS for streaming. Our mobile apps are all written in Flutter now. And our web apps are written in Vue.js. So it's a mix and match of several things. Our entire organizational infrastructure, management dashboard, accounting, ledgers, people logging in and looking at data, permission control, intranet, leave, HR, all of those things are built on top of ERP, Next, and Frappe. So that's also a really big building block of organizational building block for us. So yeah, that's what a stack looks like now.
So how do you see this evolving, the FOSS and open source playing a major part in the next 5 to 10 years in the organization's growth? I mean, not only yours, but everybody who is building in India. So.
I think we are past that point. Everybody builds FOSS. I mean, I can't really think of a single, famous, known new age startup or tech company that isn't largely built on FOSS. In programming languages are FOSS, JavaScript libraries are FOSS, web servers are FOSS. Everything is FOSS. So that we are beyond. We are way past that point globally. I think the question now is, when will the Indian industry, tech industry, start acknowledging FOSS and contributing it back? Because it's not just a symbolic gesture. If you want a strong tech ecosystem, you need projects to come out of India, open source projects. You need communities to be built around that. You need large developer pools to actively participate and contribute to these projects. Otherwise, the industry is just, a bunch of startups, engineering colleges, people moving from, company to company. There's no community. And without community, you don't really have, without community and collaboration on a really large scale, you can't really have a strong technical backbone, especially at a national level. So it really have to, institutions really have to acknowledge this FOSS, acknowledge the consumption of FOSS, and encourage their developers to contribute, release open source software, let a thriving tech community be built here. which will also, of course, build expertise.
So now we have like a lot of young folks over here. How can they start their contribution towards the cause? Because most of the times they face this initial starting. Once you are into it, you can go about knowing all things. So how do they start their journey on contributing to this?
There are two sides to it. If you really just want to contribute to FOSS, as in your goal is to contribute to FOSS, there are countless FOSS projects that need help in maintenance. It could be fixing, it could be as simple as writing documentation for a technical project, which is, and developers don't like writing documentation. So that's an easy, low-hanging fruit. You pick projects that you use or you like. You can start by contributing documentation, whereby you learn about the project to begin with. Or you could even contribute graphics, or you could contribute code. So for that, you have to identify projects that you like. Now, if you just go on GitHub and say, let me find a project that I might like that I want to contribute to, it's going to be really difficult. So the most natural way is to use software every day for everything. Identify software that we like because we use them and they solve a certain problem for us. And those kind of technologies and software you can relate to and connect at an emotional level, and it'll be much easier to contribute. So you have to, I don't think you should look at it from a top-down perspective, as in, I want to be involved in FOSS, let me try and find something. It should be bottoms up. Let me look at the software that I use and I like, and let me try and contribute to one of these things. And then once you start a contribution, once you get involved, then it can just snowball, and your contributions can go bigger and bigger. That's one thing. The other thing is, if you like programming, try and write programs that solve actual problems. Could be really simple things, right? And contribution does not mean contributing to large existing FOSS projects. It could be building, like tiny little tools and open sourcing your own code. There are two ways of doing this. If you like programming, if you have problems, could be simple automation, could be anything. Write a decent program around it and open source it. And you might end up building a community around that. So I would say either of these approaches.
Yeah, and also most of these people are hearing a lot of buzzwords like AI, ML, data science, cryptocurrencies, and like a lot of things happening. And like, what is your take and what's your suggestion on this?
So tech hype and tech fads and hype cycles have existed forever. That's why, as I said earlier, I think it's very important to understand software history to a certain extent. You have to go back 20, 30 years to see how software has evolved. And once you see and understand that history, you will see that a lot of these things are just repackaged hype, and it'll help you identify a tech hype cycle and maybe dodge it. So AI ML, of course, there's a huge AI ML boom. There's AI ML everywhere. Does not mean that just because it's hot, I would like to pick it up and do something with it. That is like trying to find a problem. That's like it's the classic nail and hammer scenario. You have a hammer, which is called AI ML, and now you're constantly looking for some random nail to hammer on, some random problem to solve. Here also, I think it should be bottom up. If you encounter a real problem that you can solve with software by writing code, then you might end up picking AI for it if it's the right tool for the job, or you might pick something else. So it wouldn't really matter. So rather than just saying, I know React Native is really nice, I'm just going to pick that up and do something in it, you'd rather look for actual problems to solve and then figure out if React Native or AI ML or whatever it is fits this particular task. That would be, so the odds of being successful, building something useful and learning something useful are much higher when you look at it, when you don't look at it top down and start from that problem, that some fundamental problem to solve.
Yes, Kailash, so we'll start taking some of the questions from the audience. So a lot of questions coming around. So there is someone from Discord is asking, what advantages does Indian tech market have than other countries don't?
Again, difficult to quantify, but I would say right now there's a big tech boom in India. So there are a lot of opportunities in very technical roles, and there is huge amounts of funding coming in, creating a thriving industry. So I would say that the tech boom, the industry boom, is an advantage that India as a market has right now. There could be others, but this is something. I mean, this seems obvious to me. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's someone who read your blog and asked this question. You mentioned in one of your blogs that developers should dabble in everything: front end, back end, testing, QC, infrastructure, DevOps,
Yeah.
and will focus gradually and naturally. Do you suggest the same for the beginner level developers as well?
No, absolutely. Again, I think I've mentioned this a couple of times already. Unless you dabble in a lot of things, how could you possibly know what suits you better? Imagine you only are working with you start out as a young engineer or a programmer by narrowing your scope on one tiny thing. You may or may not like it, but there could be 100 other things that you really like and excel at. And without experimenting, how could you possibly know? Now, again, the best way to experiment with lots of things is to write useful software. Find a problem and try to write some code to solve it. That writing that code may involve building a backend. It could involve building a command line interface or a UI or whatever. So when you try to write self-contained software, you'll automatically end up dabbling in everything, rather than saying, how do I start with backend, how do I start with front end, etc. So write hobby projects, self-contained hobby projects that are useful to others. I think you'll end up dabbling in everything and then eventually figure out.
There are a lot of questions coming around the decentralized cryptocurrency, and I'll just combine all of them. Does Zero they're going into decentralized finance industry, or what is your views on cryptocurrency? That Zero uses blockchain. So again, I mixed all of them.
Blockchain is an interesting technology. I think it's extremely overhyped. Cryptocurrency is one use case of blockchain, but a lot of the problems that are being identified in the industry, at least in India right now, to be solved with blockchains can be solved with many other technologies in much easier and simpler ways. So I think you should be very cautious when looking at blockchains as a technology. That it's a piece of technology like any other. There are all sorts of there are many different kinds of ledgers. There are many ways of distributing systems and consensus and ledgers. So there's that. At Zerodha, we don't use a blockchain because we've never seen a problem that requires a blockchain as a solution. We also barely use any sort of AI ML models because we haven't really come across any problems that really need those. So again, the classic nail hammer thing. If we end up seeing a problem that requires a certain ML model, or if it really requires blockchain, we might consider it. For us, the approach is, again, bottoms up. You find the right tool to solve the real problem that you have, rather than picking up a really cool tool and looking for problems to shoehorn into that. Also, Zerodha does not do any cryptocurrency because we are in an extremely heavily regulated industry and there are no cryptocurrency regulations in India. So we are heavily regulated by half a dozen institutions and entities. So you can't legally.
Another question related to non-coding. What is the other thing you like to do other than coding?
See, I'm thinking, which means I like planting vegetables. I mean, stuff that everybody likes. Watching a nice movie or reading history. I really like reading history or experimenting, making little things with, tinkering. So, yeah, I can't really think of anything that I truly love apart from this. I like many other things, but I guess writing code is what I really like as a hobby. Yeah.
Again, one more question on YouTube about your open source. If it's open source, is it safe, especially for financial dealings?
I think the question itself is incorrect. That's like saying, if it's software, is it safe? Or if it's code, is it safe? These things are mutually exclusive. You can have extremely safe open source software, extremely unsafe open source software, or extremely safe proprietary software, or extremely unsafe proprietary software. It all comes down to the quality of the engineering decisions and the quality of code that have gone into a particular piece of technology. That said, open source software is likely to have better security because by definition it's out there in the open, people can see it. And if there's an active community around open source software, the odds of people discovering issues and bugs and contributing fixes are much higher than, let's say, closed or proprietary software, which is only accessible to a really small group of people. So the more eyes you have on the code, the better the odds of people spotting issues. So I would say open source software is safer. I don't really have a metric, but just anecdotally, that the likelihood of open source software being safer in terms of technical security is much higher compared to closed source applications.
So a lot of questions coming around joining your team. So what do you look in as like candidate before hiring them in your team?
We don't really look at educational qualifications. We look at people. We look at attitude. We look at their hobby projects. We don't even look at industry experience. That doesn't really matter. Industry experience doesn't matter, but actual hands-on coding experience does matter. So we look at the hobby projects that people have done, the kind of effort and love they've poured into the software they write, they've written, and their attitude towards writing software, and their attitude towards being in a tech team. So we're a very flat organization. Everyone is a full stack developer. Everybody does everything. If something needs doing, whoever is available, they'll do it. There's no, you do that and I will not touch that. We don't have that sort of a thing. We don't really have a hierarchy at all. So that attitude is important. I think one really important factor is that there's again a misconception that certain companies only write cool software, and there's always constant innovation happening. There's always cutting edge technology being written. That's not really true. Sometimes there's a lot of innovation, and once you innovate and create software, then it's your burden for life to maintain and patch and fix and improve. So 90% of software is really boring maintenance work, no matter where you are, no matter what company you are in. 10% is spurts of innovation. And this balance, finding the right balance between these two, can keep you going as a developer. So we look for that acceptance, understanding of this fact that not all software is cool and you have to do a lot of boring work realistically in people. So that's a part of attitude. Yeah.
Yeah. Another interesting question. Do you have pressure when you have more competition in your fintech field, especially for all uprising fintech companies during Corona times? And Indians are investing into a lot of this, and the numbers are rising.
Nitin is the CEO of Zerodha. He would be the right person to answer this. My perspective is slightly different. We are here, the tech team is here to do good work, have fun, and build good software, good financial software, and make it accessible to as many people as possible and continuously improve it. Honestly, if competition is building software better, we may look at that and improve ours. If we see flaws in our software, we'll improve it. But is the tech team, I'm only speaking on behalf of the tech team and myself, it doesn't really matter. We are just in it because we like writing software and it's solving real world problems. It has helped spawn a sustainable, profitable business. As long as these boxes are ticked, competition is great. We need better software, better competition, better incentives to continuously improve your own technology. We don't advertise or market. We don't burn crazy amounts of money. Actually, we don't burn any money on advertising. So our advertising in itself is the quality of software that we write. So when competition spends a lot of money on ads or marketing campaigns, we don't even know how to gauge that, because our metric is quality of products. So yeah, that's the view we have.
Again, one more controversial question. Do you think Indian tech landscape is derivative of Western apps? Why don't we have many groundworking concepts? Again, it's a bit controversial.
I don't think we should look at it like that, really, because throughout history, right, lots of things have been invented in lots of places simultaneously. A few things have been invented in certain places and then adopted by the rest of the world and improved considerably. So if you look at humanity as a whole globally, I don't think it's right to say that, oh, this country's software is entirely based on this other country's software. It may be true, and I hope if it's true, it's temporary. It's not necessarily bad. It's innovation is always incremental, right? We are not inventing new things every day. We're literally picking up things that already exist and improving them, adding value to them in many different ways. Be software, businesses, a better tool to, I don't know, manage your files as a better file manager. But we don't look at it. We don't say that, oh, the file manager was invented in this country, so we created a better file manager. It's a copy. I don't think it's. We should even look at it like that. But the other aspect is that why is there a visible lack of seemingly original software coming out of India? I think it again comes back to the whole discussion about open source software. We need to build a thriving open source community here in India. We need our developers to build projects, improve projects, and attract other developers to work on these projects so that we can have, we can have our own thriving tech capacity. We have that capacity. It's all siloed inside the industry. There's no community really. So I think once we do that, we will start seeing, once we have that ecosystem working, I think we'll start seeing a lot of software originate here. And that's not to say that we need to constantly originate completely new software here. It's not possible. We need to build whatever is useful, things that solve problems. So that whole looming sensation and feeling that India may just be India's always being inspired by technology and apps in the West. To overcome that, we should build our own, FOSS ecosystem. Let everybody take our software that originates here, collaborate. Just like we take open source software built everywhere across the world and build stuff here. So that's the answer to that feeling.
On the personal side, I mean, do you have that vision of starting this whole community angle? And I know Zerodha also invest in a lot of companies and also put a lot of efforts in building this thing. So what is your plans on expanding this ecosystem to a much higher or broader level?
I think we have this, some of us have gotten together to start this non-profit organization called FOSS United. It aims at, its whole goal is to kickstart and fund good FOSS projects originating in India, to encourage, to build a community of, FOSS developers. Now, that's just an attempt. It would be delusional to say that we have this grand vision of transforming the Indian tech landscape. That's not possible. But if we can create a small little bubble, that in itself is a very that's a valuable step. So we do that. We have a community called FOSS United, and we're doing some very interesting things. Giving out grants, no strings attached, cash grants to FOSS projects originating in India. Building a community, sharing our projects. So there's that. You can check it out, FOSS United. Yeah.
So a couple of questions before we wind up. So what is the biggest technological problem you faced and how did you overcome? So again, from YouTube, I guess.
I think the biggest technological problem that we face today is, I think, the same biggest technological problem that people faced 30, 40 years ago. It's how to scale your database. It really, database technology has advanced like nobody's business, but so has data. So your application, there's this meme that we invented that 97.45% of all issues are database issues. And I think that's largely true, in a slightly, from a slightly humorous perspective. So most of our issues are really the same classic issues. How do you scale the number of connections, TCP connections, when there's a lot of traffic? Concurrency. So concurrency is a pain. Scaling databases is a pain. And I think if you solve concurrency and databases, a lot of scaling issues that an average business would face will be solved. So yeah, just problems that everybody faces. These are the same problems that we also face.
Yeah, the final question before vendor. So in Zerodha, there are a lot of legal entities that you have to take care. So how do developers keep all these things in mind when they are working on software, to the compliance part and all? How do developers deal with them?
It's a very collaborative effort. We have a great compliance team at Zerodha. People who have really good, deep domain knowledge of compliance. And when I say compliance, every day there are probably several circulars that come from several institutions. Changing laws, changing regulations slightly. So unless you have deep domain expertise in those things, and you're constantly keeping track of the regulatory landscape, it's impossible. So we have a very, as I said, there's no tech versus management versus, we don't have that divide. So whenever you're building a feature or changing something or something has to be changed, the right teams get together, discuss, collaborate, and get it done. So the compliance team, if they identify an issue or a change, they'll come speak to us. We'll have a fruitful discussion and make the change that is necessary, and vice versa. So it's a very collaborative effort between the developers and other teams of people with deep domain knowledge of finance and regulations.
Yeah, I think thanks, Kedar. It's been wonderful spending the Saturday evening with us, with our students, giving them all the insights, and I hope they are able to learn a lot more things from you, and the way in which the model in which you operate, and the way in which you are building the culture there at Zerodha. Over to you, Pratik.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Kailash, for the wonderful session. It was very, very insightful, and the questions that the students were asking were also like shows the curiosity that they have towards the work that you guys are doing. It is amazing, and thank you so much for taking out time today on Saturday evening and interacting with our kids.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the invite. Thank you. Bye.
Pratik, I'll just take 2 minutes before we go into the next conversation. I see Will has already joined. So thank you for joining us, Will. For everybody who's tuning in now, we are now getting into the last session for the day, and we've truly saved the best for the last. I will let Pratik and Will, of course, talk about that part. There's been a lot of questions on YouTube, on different channels. So if you still have questions which are unanswered and you're looking for some clarifications, join our Discord community. You can find us at Masai School. Follow us on Twitter. Ask your questions there. For those of you who were asking about the impact book, something that Pratik will probably talk a little more about, its PDF will be available on the website shortly as well. So yeah, if you have ongoing questions, we'll take them again at the end after the session. So back to you, Pratik, and welcome here, Will.
Thanks, Ankur. Hi, Will. How are you? So, all the audience, those who are here. So, Will, we have around 200 sub people on Zoom, and then another similar number of folks on YouTube. Those who are watching it live, and basically, let me just introduce you to the audience. So, Will is a serial entrepreneur and venture investor. He is a founder and managing partner of Capria Ventures. Throughout his career, he has worked with the giants in the computer industry. So starting with Sun Microsystem and then Microsoft. Over there, Will has spent over a decade and building the entire Windows business. So basically, thank you so much, Will, for taking out time to interact with our kids. And first of all, like, what is the time over there?
It's actually not too late. It's 6:30 in the morning for me. So I do a lot of business in India, so I'm pretty used to getting up early.
Yeah, thanks, Will. 6:30 a.m. and you're looking so fresh. And thanks for taking our time. Yeah.
Okay, glad to be here. I'm very excited about what you guys are doing.
Awesome, awesome. So, well, we'll basically start with a fun question, and wanted to basically understand that did you work closely with Bill Gates, and what made him different from other entrepreneurs who have had the fortune of, like you had the fortune of knowing? How is Bill different from others?
To answer your first question, I never worked directly for Bill Gates, but I did work closely with him on many different projects over the years. He was, of course, the instigator behind the Windows business and many other great things at Microsoft, and I was very involved in that. So everybody who was involved in Windows was very involved in Bill. And that actually leads to your second question about what differentiates him from other entrepreneurs. When I joined the Windows business, it might have been I started working on Internet Explorer back in the days and in the battle with Netscape, and then worked on digital media, and then worked on the entire Windows business. And it was sub $10 billion. And Bill had recently handed over the CEO role to Steve Ballmer. He became the chief software architect. And the thing that was, you'd expect a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company to be very involved in the flagship product, but at a business level, right, at a strategy level. And the remarkable thing about Mr. Gates is the fact that he was involved and understood the underlying technologies of almost every aspect of not just the Windows business, but almost everything Microsoft was doing back in the day. And it was just remarkable as a technologist myself to see that he could have a conversation around business strategy in one hand, and then the next moment be talking about what advances you're making to the API that lets you get better managed code working on the Windows system. And so it was truly remarkable the level of versatility and knowledge he had, but also his skill in being able to communicate with a hardcore engineer, again, about the future of technology, as well as with a CEO of a multi-billion-dollar multinational corporation who wants to talk about how they can best make use of the new version of Windows or Office or whatever it might be to help grow their business. So those are a couple things that really set him apart. The other thing that I think he is remarkable at, which many, I think, good engineers and entrepreneurs are, is curiosity, and just innate curiosity. And if you have that from an academic sense, that's great, and you can be a great academic. You're curious about things, you explore them, you write about them. Well, Bill is curious about things. He'd explore them, and then he'd build businesses around them, or inspire others to build businesses around them. So I think that sense of curiosity and wonder, and also an unflapping belief in the fact that software is going to change the world for the better, and can and will do so, and then led the industry to do so.
Yeah. So, can you tell us? Can you tell our audience what's the Unlimited Potential Group at Microsoft, and what was your function over there when you were working with Microsoft?
Well, rewind a little bit of history. So I was leading the global Windows business, and in fact, that's how I first started coming to India. It was in 2002, 2003, and I became one of the most senior business leaders in the company to come to India regularly to help guide the team in our subsidiary here to really grow a business, which was relatively small, a couple $100 million at the time. And that's where I really saw the opportunity for technology to change the lives of not just millions of people, but hundreds of millions of people and billions of people. And really to change the lives of people who had no access to technology otherwise. And that required a fundamental change of how we and others in the technology industry were designing and building products. They had to be built for affordability. They had to be built for low bandwidth or no bandwidth environments. They had to be built for easy distribution. They had to be really relevant to people's lives in a way that a computer design for the enterprise in the Western world just wasn't. And so I really fell in love with that problem. And I when I sort of finished my tour of duty with the Windows business, I said, well, what am I going to do next? And the answer was, well, let's put together a group at Microsoft that is focused on that exact problem. How do you effectively build technology and services? And this is in the early days of mobile, by the way. So we were looking at mobile and cloud services at the same time. How do you build technologies and services that are going to be relevant to the next billion people? And we named that effort the Unlimited Potential effort or challenge or effort, and built a team of both engineers and business people in Redmond, where the headquarters of Microsoft is, and also in other parts of the world to focus on that exact problem.
Awesome. So let's take you back to the time and 1983 when you graduated from Brown University. So what difference do you see in the education then and now? And anything you think current students could benefit from the old days at the time when you guys were studying at Brown?
I actually looked up some numbers yesterday because I was curious about how many people graduated in the United States in computer science back then, and it was about 25,000 in the U.S. graduated that year in 1983, and the number peaked a couple of years later at about 40,000, and then had a gradual decline. And in fact, computer science really fell out of favor as a leading forefront science degree for people to achieve, and it's only recently recovered in the U.S. to back to those numbers of 40 years ago. Now, of course, in the meantime, as you well know, the number of graduates in computer science in India is actually over 2 lakh a year right now, right? At least what I looked up yesterday.
Yeah,
And
it's roughly around 4.5 lakh now.
4.5 lakh. Okay. All right. Well, my data is even old already. And so I think that the things that have changed, the fundamental thing that's changed is, and I was, the leading edge of people doing this, is saying, look, let's not just figure out how to build hardcore technology. How do you build the next microprocessor? How do you build the next operating system that'll go on a high-end workstation, which did at Sun Microsystems? How do you apply graphics that many people that came out of Brown Computer Science went to work at Pixar and built some movies that everybody loves? But how do you make this technology fundamentally applied to everything that people do? And I think that's the thing that has changed, is that a computer science degree is now an enabler. Or even without a computer science degree, people learning computer science skills enables them to contribute to almost every aspect of life. And that's something that was definitely not the case back 40 years ago at all. And so if you're a biologist and you don't have skills and understanding around how machine learning works or how big data can be applied to your problem, if you're a sociologist and you don't know how to think about data and technology and how it affects people, you're not good at those fields. And so I think that's the shift that has been interesting. And in fact, there's no end in sight from that perspective, that the technology skills are going to be not just advantage you, but they're going to be fundamentally necessary for you to have excellent technology skills if you're going to participate in any discipline. Whether you work for a technology company or companies in many other fields, they all need to have people with strong tech skills.
Got it. And basically, like, if you want to take something from the current times to your time, what do you think, like, what do you see and hope you had access to during your college time, which is existing in the current system?
Well, when I started, open source didn't exist. It really wasn't there. The closest thing that's not quite true. The closest thing there was to it was Berkeley Unix, but there was no Apache server, there was no PHP, there was no Java. None of that stuff was there, and so there were most of the building blocks that we built on in the day were pieces of proprietary software, some form or another, or things that you and your colleagues built yourselves. And the thing that's fundamentally different now, and Masai is doing this, is you're able to provide these giant building blocks of everybody stands on the shoulders of giants before them, or teams of giants who have built amazing systems that enables just a tremendous level of productivity, and it enables you to go from knowing very little about technology to being a full stack engineer in a remarkable period of time. And that might have taken 4 or 8 years back in the day for me, and now you're doing that in 4 or 8 months. That's a big change.
Yeah.
So I'd say that now, of course, the same thing is true if you rewound 20 years before me, right? People were writing stuff in assembly code. They were wiring up they were wiring up CPUs with discrete logic and transistors, and microprocessors barely existed. I worked on one of the first Intel microprocessors when I was in high school, the 4004, right? Because if you look at the history of microprocessors, that was Intel's very first thing that was built to power a calculator made for Texas Instruments. So everybody has been continued to build and up the game of technology that underlies the things that we do, and I think that that's an advantage that today's students continue to have, and that it changes every year. There's more and more things you can learn that will help you become more efficient, more effective, do more faster, do more better than everybody could even the year before that.
Yeah. I think like we are really lucky to be in this era where there are so many things that can happen at a very fast speed as compared to what it was way back.
Well, totally. And the other thing, of course, is that it is a global community that contributes, right? And you look at the best open source movements, you'll see people from literally all over the planet who've contributed to them. And that certainly didn't happen, right? The people that worked on Berkeley Unix back in the day were all, actually started at Berkeley, and they were around Silicon Valley, and maybe a few on the East Coast, and they all had to be, connected to each other, physically, not over the internet. So yeah, the world has changed massively for the better, from the perspective of people that love to apply technology to hard problems.
Correct. So you have worked with many entrepreneurs in India and many in the Valley as well. What is the parallel you see between Indian tech ethos and Silicon Valley? So in general,
I have the benefit of now, so just more context. We started United Ventures in India in 2012. And started investing in companies, and we're super proud to have invested in you a year or two ago, whenever that was. But back in 2015, we took that same concept globally, and that's what Capria is, which is the logo on the screen behind me now. So it's taking the things that we're learning about investing in technology-driven companies in India and doing similar work in other tech hotspots around the world. And we now look at 15 of the rising entrepreneurial hubs around the world. 2 of them happen to be in India, which we look at Bangalore and Delhi as the 2 leading spots there. But we also get to see what the other ones look like as well. And that means, we're looking at Nairobi, and we're looking at Sao Paulo, and we're looking at Cairo, right? And so we're in Jakarta. And so it's interesting to see the evolution of these different tech hubs around the world. I think of them, putting China aside, because it's no longer an emerging market. China is very much here. It's not an emerging tech hub. It's just the cities with developers in China are at or on par, or even starting to surpass those in Silicon Valley. But I'd say that Bangalore and Delhi offer some remarkable parallels to where Silicon Valley is. And 5 years ago, I would have said they're 10 years behind. But now I'd say, maybe less than 5 years behind. I think things are catching up very rapidly. And so obviously the quality and capability of Indian entrepreneurs has been known and well understood, and developers for many years, for decades. But I think the thing we look at is the evolution of the ecosystem, right? So are the right people there that can do everything from being a hardcore full stack developer on one hand, to a product manager, to an attorney, to an operations person, and all those people readily available to create companies? Is there financial capital that's available, everything from the super early pre-seed stage friends and family money all the way up to scaling up to what it took to get Flipkart into the orbit it was in. So earliest stage capital, late stage capital, and the answer is that India has all of those now. And 5 years ago, even, it didn't have all of them. It had some of them, or it had, but now I'd say it has, not only has them all, but they're catching up rapidly to what you're seeing in Silicon Valley.
Got it. So I think that clearly states why there is a very high interest from our venture funds to invest in Indian tech startups, because this is what make India special in terms of the quality of people, those who are now emerging, and the way we are producing things. I think we are catching up with Valley really, really fast.
Yeah, no, there's no question. And now, one thing we use when we look at all these different tech hubs around the world is how fast are deals getting funded. And if you will, that's a very objective measure of the quality of the ecosystem, the quality of all of the components, the people that participate in the ecosystem, because that tells you capital is flows globally, right? And like water running down a hill, it finds the shortest path to get to where it needs to go. And so capital can get out there as it needs, and deals are not quite closing quite as fast in India as they do in Silicon Valley, but they're getting there. And so you're seeing deals that close now in weeks that might have taken months before. Silicon Valley made those deals close in days. I'm not saying it's a good thing, by the way. It's a measure, but it's as an investor, it's pretty scary, frankly. I think there's a lot of bad deals that are going to get funded for the wrong reasons, based on a frothy market. And so there will be natural corrections. There always have been. I was around for the 2000 correction, 2008. I've seen these things before. We'll all see them again. But the fact that we're in the middle of a raging pandemic and things are still going at the speed they're going from an investment perspective just tells you how much optimism the world has for how technology can change things for the better. And frankly, the advances in remote work and in the acceptance of digital technologies into society at large have been accelerated by at least a decade as a result of the pandemic. And so I think that for all the technologists here at Masai, this is a big benefit for you, right? Everybody's trying to figure out, how do I better apply technology and remote working groups and people and work at home and all the rest of the things that have been happening over the last 18 months. How do I better apply those to my business advantage? Because I know that somebody down the street is doing the same thing. And before it was a nice to have, and now it's a must have, and it's doing so, I think, for the better.
So that leads to another very important question, Will. What next for us, in your opinion? As in, where do you see this entire tech industry moving in India and also in the world? Because pandemic has changed one thing, that Indian developers can now also start contributing in the valley companies, those who are following the remote culture. So what next for us?
Well, I mean, to be clear, I was a chairman of a global tech company after I left Microsoft for a number of years, and we had developers in India, we had developers in Poland, we had developers in a bunch of places, and they were equal members of the team. So I think that's been around for plenty of years. But I think what's happened is that people recognize outside of the core tech industry this can happen. So I think that's one thing that's very interesting, is that people graduating with capabilities and skills in India can now work not only in a hardcore tech job, but in almost, again, any other industry that is starting to apply technology to meet their needs. And so I think that's going to open up the availability of even more jobs and roles for highly skilled developers in India to contribute globally. So I think I see no end in sight for that. I think it will continue, and there's a couple of things that have to get right, which we could talk about, but I think that the opportunity is very much there. I think that the continued evolution of low-cost data which is, Geo certainly pushed that out to the edges in India very nicely. But it's, when I first started working in India, it was a real challenge to even get broadband to somebody's home, little less be able to sit in a to sit in a tier 3 city or in the outskirts of a tier 3 city and do a hotspot with your Geo phone and be able to code as efficiently as anybody else. So the world has changed dramatically on that front, which again, it opens up opportunity, right? It means that people anywhere in India, literally anywhere, or virtually anywhere, can be effective members of a global team. And that was not the case even just a couple of years ago. So I see that continue to happen. Again, I see really no upper limit on that. There's no reason why the skills that are being developed here cannot be applied globally if people get things right. I think I'd offer one key thing that's really needed is communication. And if you look over the years that I've led technology teams and business teams, sometimes you have very good engineers who simply are not good communicators, and they don't go very far, frankly. They don't rise in their capability. They may be technically excellent, but if they're not great communicators, they're not going to do well really in an organization. They can do well by themselves. And so I think that's a fundamental skill that some Indian engineers have and some don't. And so I think certainly as Masai, I know that you place a high value on this, and it's one that both while people are with the school now and learning, but also afterwards, they need to continue to say, how do I improve my communication skills, both written and oral. Not just about technology subjects, but about how do I work with other people? How do I talk about the strategy of the company? How my technology can apply to it? How do I talk about the future of where my efforts can go that are beyond the nuts and bolts of some particular piece of code that they're writing today? And so those communication skills are probably one of the most fundamental things that it's a big advantage for Indian entrepreneurs over Chinese entrepreneurs, by the way. Chinese technologists and entrepreneurs have very poor English skills for the most part. And so I think that the strong English skills and honing those written and oral communication abilities is a huge asset to people that want to build a long-term career in India or around the world.
Correct. So I think this is one thing which we keep on seeing in people in India, despite the focus is more towards becoming a great programmers rather than being a good communicator. And that is something which might be one of the reason. The next question that I wanted to basically ask you is that despite the fact that India's formal education system is producing millions of engineers every year, and still the most prominent issue is that Indian and foreign tech giants think that Indians are unemployable in the current day and age, and majority of them, not some of them, but majority of them are unemployable. So, do you think communication skill is one very important factor around that?
I do. I think it's vital, and I think. There's a few. Look, the formal education system in India, we could talk for a long time about the challenges there, but I think that it's communication skills are vital. So I look back. I was a strong technologist, but I thankfully had a girlfriend who subsequently became my wife, who was an English major, and she taught me how to write. I was not a good writer when I came out of high school, and I probably wouldn't have graduated college if she hadn't taught me how to write well. And that is used to this day. I mean, a couple hours from now, I'm going to work on my written skills again on how to create a really great investor pitch. And so, even if you're a deep code technologist, you have to be able to write and communicate well, and you also have to be able to stand up in front of a room and get others to understand what you're talking about and to follow you. and you have to be able to work well with others. And those soft skills are ones that aren't really taught in the Indian formal education system, right?
Correct.
And so I think embracing the importance of those soft skills and really going after them, taking a class in creative writing, not technical writing, but creative writing, right? Learning how to write and communicate things that are outside of your area of comfort. It's something that can be really helpful to people. Learning how to give a public presentation of whether you're talking about how your part of a system works to a bunch of engineers, or you're talking about how a big idea you have could be transformative to a company. You need to be able to stand up in front of the room and do that with confidence and clarity and brevity. And conviction, and those are things that, again, most students don't come out of a formal education degree and know how to do that. And so, and that's globally, by the way. It's not a problem only in India. That communication challenge is an issue for all people that go through a tech or any kind of a deep tech education system. They tend not to be adequately focused on the soft skills that are fundamental to their success.
Correct. So a lot of audience that we have is from the engineering background, okay? And what do you think are some of the most important tips from your experience that they should know before they start their career or they launch their career in programming?
Well, obviously, repeat what I just said about so stay focused on not only the technology things that I think you can tell them better what to do than I can. My tech is about 40 years out of date, but learn how to be a good communicator. Learn how to work well in a team, and then do things that illustrate that you've done that, right? That have some proof points, right? So people are very proud of, hey, I built this cool piece of technology and look what it does. But if you say, I built this cool piece of technology and I worked with this guy, and this woman, and that person over there, and the five of us created this even neater thing, that shows that you're somebody that knows how to work on a team. And I think that the importance of teamwork in a multidisciplinary business, which many of Masai graduates will end up, right? They'll be not just working on a core tech team, but they will be a tech member of a team that's got other people on the team. That'll have everything from product managers to biologists could be on the team, and so being able to work with other people to understand them, to communicate what you do, and how you can help them, I think is vital. Another thing I'd say is the speed of evolution of technology is just continues to astound all of us, right? And so how do you stay on top of that, right? How do you make sure that the Angular, if you're working on that last year, is that going to be the right thing to be working on next year, right? Well, maybe or maybe not. Yeah. And so how do you know which tech is coming along that you need to explore? And of course, you want to be deep and great at the thing that people want to hire you for, but you also want to have knowledge of what things are coming next or might be better ways to do things. And I'll give you an example of that. So we had built our e-commerce system at my startup that we ended up selling to Microsoft in C++. And it was a fairly conventional client-server arrangement, and the server ran on Big Sun Iron, and the client ran either Windows, Mac, or a couple other things. And we realized that we had to reinvent that as HTML and browsing started to take over the world. It was barely there when we started. And so we rewrote the entire thing in Python. And two guys in my team, two of our co-founders said, we're going to do this. And the rest of us were like, what the heck is Python? Right? And why does this make sense? This was in 1993. So Python had really just came out back then. And they said, look, we're going to build this. We got an Apache server with PHP and Python, and that's going to be our development environment. We're going to rewrite the entire thing in a couple of months. And they did that. And so if they had not been able to embrace the new tech that was coming along and to take a risk with that and convince the others that this was a good thing to do, we never would have sold that company for what we did, and we wouldn't have had the success we had. So those are, you know, engineers who were at the forefront of seeing new things that were coming, and were able to then bring the team along with them to embrace that, and then to show it works, right? It's one thing to talk about it, but then to actually demonstrate it and make it happen is key.
Yeah, yeah. So the big question that all of us have, and like all the people, those who are in our audience have, will tech jobs in India continue to grow? That's one fundamental question which everyone has, because there are so many things that people are keep on reading without even knowing much about it. Like for example, no code technologies and other things which are coming in, and people are not able to understand, is it going to grow or is it going to become more automated? How is it going to shape up?
Well, I think the answer is both are going to happen. I think no code movement is great, and I have an investment with a former colleague, and he's built a no-code system that's really quite phenomenal, and it's going to help bring a whole lot more people into ability to make customizable end-user customizable apps. And we use some no-code solutions ourselves, just as a venture firm. Now, you know, a few years ago, we just would have had nothing. We would have had a, you know, boring website and whatever else. Now we can use no-code tools to help make our internal operations more effective, and make our external presentation of some of the things that we do better. So that's going to happen. But does that mean that jobs go away? No, it just means the jobs change. And it means that more people come into the world of being able to get access to technology and use technology. So I think that there will never be a lack of opportunity for hardcore engineers who have the soft skills I described earlier,
Yes.
and can work in a multidisciplinary environment. Those would be to me the core thing: technology, soft skills, and multidisciplinary. And if you can fit into that world, then again the opportunity will continue, and the growth will continue, and there's no limit. If you're stuck as a technologist that really only works in one domain, that does not, you know, constantly reinvent yourself, if you're not able to communicate well with others and work on teams and do the things that are necessary and if you're not able to embrace a multidisciplinary environment, I think then you might have limitations in your career. But if you got those three things right, you have plenty of upside. And I think India is going to have no shortage of ability to disproportionately influence the world on that front, because of the quality of technologists that can be created, and of the innate English capabilities that pervade the country.
Correct. So I think, to reiterate on what you are saying for our budding students, those who are basically going to start their career, I think like understanding of the technology that you are working on, plus awareness around the new technologies that are coming in, and also the communication skills part is the fundamental around how they are going to progress this tech revolution which is happening around us.
Yeah. That's it. It's a simple formula. Not easy to execute, but pretty easy to say.
Correct. It looks like pretty easy to basically speak about it, but it's very hard to execute on that front for the student. Yeah.
And I'll repeat the point I made about continuous reinvention, right? And I'll go back to my co-founders that you know, threw away our entire C++ code base and rebuilt it in Python and PHP. So, you know, if they had not, and it was their code base they threw away, right? So if they had not been able to do that, right, to recognize that they could throw away that work and make something better, you know, we wouldn't have gotten where we got to. And so I think that everybody that works in Masai needs to recognize that anything they're doing today could be obsolete tomorrow, and the best person to figure that out is them. Right?
Yeah.
Don't wait for somebody else to tell you that the technology stack you've been using, this particular tool in your full stack arsenal, is yesterday's tool. Right? You be the one to figure it out. And that I think is what's going to help make for some long and accelerating careers.
Correct. So, Will, post-pandemic, what do you think in India, the industries, those who are existing currently, which are the ones, those who are going to benefit immensely from great programmers going forward? Like for the next decade, what do you think? Which are the industries, those who are going to be, where probably they were not having the kind of quality developers earlier, but they are now going to basically be using it going forward?
Well, I mean, I think that it is less of an industry than a tech domain, but I think that education technology has advanced by more than a decade in less than a year.
Correct.
So that's one, and you see it in the valuations of ed tech companies, by the way. Byju's is certainly on the right end of that story. So is our friends at QMath that we invested in when they were doing teaching math off of paper worksheets in 2013. They're now doing incredibly well, serving math to people all around the world using tech and really great learning management systems and everything else. So the whole world of application of technology to teaching and learning, not just in core education domains, but also think about continuing education. Right. So somebody wants to learn how to be a better plumber. They're going to get benefit of technology and content that's going to help them learn how to be a better plumber. Somebody wants to get their very first job as a carpenter might learn half of what they need to learn online. Again, 2 years ago, that probably wasn't going to happen. So I think that domain of teaching and learning online is going to continue to have ripple effects throughout all industries, because it's now, if you will, democratized the acquisition of knowledge and the delivery of knowledge. And so all the technology is necessary to do that well. And those who are building those technologies and applying those technologies will do well. I'll change gears completely. My son is about to get a PhD at Caltech, and his study is around application of DNA to computing. Now, this is a forefront science that many of us can only even hardly imagine what that means. But they're figuring that out, and he's a big data guy, right? He works on big clusters, and he's got to be able to process massive amounts of data and to figure out through machine learning and other techniques what's actually happening in subcellular and molecular systems, and use that to then drive a biological program to create new things of synthetic biology that can go and do things like compute, right? Well, that's an application that, again, was not there 5 or 10 years ago, right? You did not have access to affordable computation at massive scale. You saw that Tesla just built the world's 5th largest supercomputer in order to process all of the data they need for machine learning to enable cars to drive the way they want them to drive, which is not good enough yet. I use one, and I would not trust my life to this thing for sure. So, but the fact that they had to go and build a custom supercomputer to process the massive amounts of signal information, predominantly video, that's what they're focused on, and to be able to make that work, they couldn't use something off the shelf, just tells you that they're taking, again, forefront application of machine learning and massive amounts of video and using that to create a product that's going to change and make the world safer and better for so many people. So I think that the application of the technology skills that Masai is teaching will continue to proliferate, and there's virtually nowhere that those technologies are not going to provide value. You think about the fact that low-cost sensors are everywhere now, right? You got sensors in dairy farms. You know how much milk a cow is producing by the minute based on what it eats. Well, who's going to write the code to figure out how to optimize the feed systems for the cows so that they produce more milk? Well, right. So it's everywhere. And so being able to process data and make decisions, and how those decisions, whether they be automated or driven by humans, that the processing of that information and doing it effectively and well means that it's again, sky's the limit for where we can apply the technologies that we're learning at Masai.
Awesome, awesome. Yeah, I think the applications are just opening up from the industry-wide acceptance around the software developers and the need to use programming to solve most of the things which were not earlier solved by having the operations and sales folks solving it. So yeah, I think this pandemic has actually accelerated the entire thing that was supposed to happen in probably 5 years or 10 years in just 1 year.
Easy, and look, it's gonna really change, and you know, we're hopefully at the tail end of wave 2 in India. People are worried about wave 3, as they should be, but the fact that the pandemic has forced the world to recognize that you can be productive not being face to face is a giant acceleration of everything that technologists have done for a long time. We actually, I live in Seattle, and we have our global team here together for the first time in 15 months. We flew them all here as soon as everybody got vaccinated, and we're spending 2 weeks working together. And it's a really fantastic experience to do that after not doing it for 18 months. But we also know that we're going to go back to where we all live and continue to be as effective as ever. You look at a company like Automatic, right? The guys that build WordPress, they've been virtual from the very beginning. They've never had a corporate headquarters, right? So they learned this early on, but now the rest of the world is catching up, and everything from venture capital to I think it's hard to do, you know, wet labs in biology virtually. There's some things hard to do manufacturing for Tesla. I saw a really great work at home with a guy, you know, assembling a car in his living room. There's a good meme that went around there. So there's some things you can't do at home if atoms are involved, but when electrons are involved, you can do it at home. You can do it in small groups, in coffee shops, say coffee day. You can do it anywhere. And so I think that's been proven to the world, and that's not going to go away.
Correct. I think this is the most fundamental lesson which people have learned in the last 1 year. That I was reading one tweet today, which was that the competitors of airlines is not among themselves. Like, the competition is not among themselves. It is with Zoom that is happening right now. So,
although if anybody has flown recently, the airports are as full as ever. I did a business trip for the first time 2 weeks ago, and it felt just like 18 months ago. It was no different. So I think that while everything we say about Zoom and work for home is very much here, it's not going to obviate the need for face-to-face communication. It might just change how it's done. It might mean that it's done 3 days a week instead of 5 days a week. It might mean that it's done once a quarter instead of once a month. So the face-to-face is still going to be here. It's the way that humans interact and connect with each other. And frankly, we all know what Zoom fatigue feels like. Probably a few people are feeling it a little bit right now. They've shown that it actually takes more processing time in your brain to process the video right here that we're doing than it does if we were having this exact conversation in 3D sitting across the table from each other. So it actually is truly more physically fatiguing to do this. So I think that there will continue to be plenty of reasons why people will get together, but they will do so with also the strong knowledge and proof that they can be super effective working in virtual separate environments. And maybe even more so, right? Who wants to sit in traffic for 2 hours each way, getting into an office and over in Electronic City versus being able to take those two hours and program. And I think those companies will recognize that they can be productive, more productive that way.
Yeah. So, well, we have a couple of questions which the people are asking on YouTube as well as on Zoom. So I'll pick few questions and would love if you answer them. So the first one is, you work with a lot of developers And what's one thing that differentiates between Indian software developers and other countries' developer from your point of view in terms of? Also, there is one associated question with this. How different is work-life balance in India for software engineers compared to those of the Silicon Valley? So these are the two questions. One is on YouTube and other one is on Zoom. I combined the questions.
Interesting questions. There's so much variation. It's pretty hard to stereotype. So I'm not sure I'm willing to stereotype on that front. I do think that in general, to my earlier point, if I take teams where I had Chinese developers, I had Polish developers, I had Indian developers. In general, the Indian developers' skills in English really do separate them. And that helps them rise to management and leadership roles more quickly, and you see that by the CEOs of Google and Microsoft as examples of that, and so I think that's something that certainly plays to their differential benefit. But there's certainly plenty of people in Eastern Europe or China or elsewhere, Latin America, who have English skills also. But I think overall that's an advantage that Indian developers have. I think that the work ethic and the mathematical training that's sort of beaten into Indians at a young age is helpful. But I think it also can be challenging because they have to break out of the rote system that they learned from. So if they're able to break out of that and to learn about how to continuously learn, that the process of learning and then applying that knowledge is more important than having the ultimate knowledge by memorization that came through your education system. Those that do break out of that then stand out because they have the benefit of knowing that they can learn these core capabilities, but also then apply that more creatively and broadly. Versus quality of work-life balance for hardcore developers is pretty much the same around the world. It's a challenge. It doesn't matter whether you're in Silicon Valley or Bangalore or Cairo. If you're a hardcore developer and you're behind on your project, the work-life balance is hard. So I think that it's a decision that teams have to make, and they have to work together to decide how do they scope things. I think that the adoption of Agile really has helped a lot, right? That's something that happened when I was running the Windows business. We did not have Agile. It was waterfall and it was a very long river before you got to the next process, part of the process. So I think Agile is probably helping work-life balance a bit if people use it well. Shorter sprints and time to breathe at the end of it, and also not having then a pent-up set of things deadlines that are looming over people because you have shorter term deadlines, and therefore you can schedule your development and your life around those better. So I think that continuing to embrace that and do that well will be good for everybody's work-life balance.
Got it. So there's one question which was asked on YouTube. Although we have briefly covered that topic earlier as well, that what is the future of coding with two alternatives: no code movement which is happening around us and advanced tech such as GPT-3 picking up. What is the future of programming that you see?
Yeah, I'll come back to my point on multidisciplinary application of coding, right? And so just like microcomputers brought the availability of computation so much more, it democratized it, right? It brought it from the back room of an enterprise that had an air-conditioned room and a bunch of guys that control a bunch of high-end computers that might or might not have time sharing, and nobody really has access to it, to anybody who wants to has got access to any amount of computing power they want, just about on their wrist, or like on this ring that I'm wearing right now that measures my sleep activity and everything else, and it's more powerful than many computers that I coded when I was in college. So that democratization of access to technology is going to not, again, obviate the need for the people that build the technology or apply the technology. It's going to just create broader realms in which they can operate. So in the world of no code, you're going to have to, there's going to be even more places to build better no code systems that are applied to different domains, right? So think about all the different things that the world does. How do you customize and build and adapt tools and technologies that will enable those people to then make use of technology to solve their whatever the needs are. So I think it means you have to broaden your view, right? It means that your interest as a technologist and a developer is not only in the tech industry. It could be in every other industry also, right? So we've got an investment in an ag tech fund in Brazil, and there's another very good one in India as well, that focus entirely on people that are building and applying technology to agriculture. Well, again, 5 or 10 years ago, that wasn't particularly interesting. It was a domain of a very expensive, large organized agriculture could afford to do this. Well, now it's moving down to the 1 hectare farmer can get access to ag tech technologies that can help them become more efficient. And so I think that the imperative for anybody that's pursuing a career in technology right now is to be thinking about how can the technology that they're learning be applied to virtually any domain on the planet, and then how do they prove that they have the adaptability, right, to pick up and say, hey, I was working on an ag tech project over here, and now I'm going to go and work on something in a biology system for another company halfway around the world because I can apply some of the same things I know over there.
Correct.
So I think that adaptability, the curiosity to go and explore those things, and then the willingness to reinvent oneself are what's going to help ensure that you have long careers in technology.
Cool. So, Phil, basically, there is one question which I wanted to ask you. There is a trend which is picking up in India as well, that the tech giants, those who are over here, as well as some of the fastest growing unicorns, they have stopped giving importance to degrees as compared to the skill set that the students have, and they have built their entire interview process in such a manner that they'll be able to assess the quality of the person. What do you think? What is happening in US around the similar lines, or is it not happening? What's your take on that particular thing?
Well, we started this interview with you asking about a certain person who famously does not have a degree, Mr. Gates. Yeah. And he actually taught himself computer science while not going to lectures. And so I think that the world has proven that people without formal 4-year college degrees can do very well. And so I think it's all about showing that you have the ability to learn and to apply that learning to solve problems, and can do that as effectively as anybody else. And for some people, a 4-year college path is the right path for them, and that's fine. And I particularly think it's great if you don't focus only on technology skills, but you focus on soft skills and maybe learn a little bit about philosophy or art along the way. So I think that there's things that help make people better human beings in the long term that you can learn in 4-year programs. But I think also if you want to just learn a hardcore skill and be able to apply it to a job rapidly, the kinds of things that the Masai is doing are incredible, and it's going to be really empowering a lot of people, and it's going to let you get jobs in virtually, again, any industry, not just the unicorns of India, but things that companies you might not have ever heard of before, but that are giants in their own right in other industries, but that are starting to embrace technology and hire technologists to solve problems. So I think that nobody should feel bad about having a 4-year degree, and if they learn something, that's great, but you also shouldn't feel like you must get one in order to be successful in the world. You clearly, that's been well proven from Bill Gates on down, that if you're exceptional at what you do and you apply yourself and are continuously learning, that you can do well without a 4-year degree.
Correct. So, well, last question. We have a couple of more questions, but I'll take one more. which is now, since after pandemic, I think there are many companies in US, those who are completely following the remote working scenarios. So what are the skill set that is required in the Indian developers to crack the jobs in Silicon Valley based companies, or probably in China based companies? What do they look for?
Well, I'll come back to the earlier conversation we had. I mean, there's obviously going to be core tech skills that they need to be able to show that they're state of the art on whether it's full stack, front end, back end, wherever it is, right? They've got to have those, and that's table stakes, right? If you don't have that, you're just not going to get very far. But I think the thing that's going to set you apart is the ability to show that you have excellent written communications and team working abilities. And if you show that you can speak cogently, that you can communicate efficiently and effectively and frequently, that you can work with other people doing the same thing, that's what's needed. And as we were discussing earlier, there are new challenges that come with remote work, right? There's things you figure out when you're next to each other, when you're grabbing a lunch with your fellow developer, when you're standing around waiting to get some samosas that you're not going to have when you're in the remote situation. So you have to compensate for what you're losing in face-to-face. To how do you gain things in the remote world to compensate for that? So, and a lot of it has to do with communication. So I'd say that continuing to always push the envelope on the skills you have and an ability to demonstrate that you've applied those skills, right? Not just to say, hey, I speak well and I can write a good paragraph, but saying, and here's results that I achieved because I took my excellence in technology along with my excellence in communication and teamwork, and therefore I'm the right engineer for you.
Got it. I think this is very, very insightful. Well, I think many people, those who are asking this question, and now since the opportunities have opened up, it is going to be a nice thing for Indian developers. Now they can start working with Silicon Valley teams, and they can contribute on a global level rather than just contributing in India alone.
Absolutely.
So yeah, this brings us to the end of the session. Well, thank you so much for taking out time, that too in the early in the morning, and interacting with our kids as well as interacting with us. And it was a very, very insightful as well as lovely session. And
thank you for inviting me. And I read through your impact book earlier, and I'll tell you, it truly is. It's an inspiration for me and my colleagues at Unitas to see the work that Masai is doing, and to see how many people that we're helping move from wherever they were to a career in the greatest technologies that have ever been in such a short and effective period of time. So I think it's I love the work you're doing, and I hope you can keep it up. And I'm looking forward to going 10 times and 100 times more scale, which I know is your aspiration as well. So
yes.
The future is bright on that front, and look forward to being on the journey with you.
Yeah, thanks, Will. And we are going to ship the impact book to you, so you'll get it in some time, and then probably this is a good starting point for us after 2 years, when we wanted to basically journal the entire impact that we have created. I think we have come a long way, but we have a long way to go as well. So.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, as we accelerate, and again, this wouldn't have happened as easily if we're doing this all, in-person model that you started with, and the fact that you can now do this entirely, and you've proven it can be done entirely online, is just phenomenal in terms of ability to impact. Again, somebody working with a geo hotspot in a village where is going to be able to be a part of Masai, right? And that was not the case even a couple of years ago. So. Congratulations to you and your team, and for everything you're doing here, for impacting India and the world.
Thank you so much, Will. Thank you so much for the kind words. Yes, so we have Ankur and Yogesh. Thanks, Will. We'll catch up later. So, Yogesh, you must be very, very happy. with the communication skill part.
No, he's been always been a proponent of that.
Yes.
And he was always said that this is something many tech people lack in it because they don't put effort in that direction. And it is always, he also said very nicely when I met him for the first time, hard skills are easy to learn, soft skills are hard to learn. He keeps saying that. I think we are helping all our students in the right way. If they are able to, in fact, thanks to the curriculum team, we have increased the ante on the soft skills. So Rupal has given us 1 hour every day. So I think we will take it to the next level, definitely.
Cool.
Just want to take a couple of minutes. Yes, Prateek. Just want to take a couple of minutes. I see we still have a few hundred people logged in. So yeah, guys, thanks everybody for joining in. We had people coming in from all sides. We have people on Zoom with us, YouTube, Twitter, and Discord. So it was absolutely our pleasure to host you. If you've not joined our Discord communities, please do that. We have bootcamp for any aspiring developers. We have a bootcamp coming up on the 3rd of July. 1-day workshop where you will learn HTML and CSS. You'll use HTML, CSS to build a LinkedIn feed page. Yes, Nukul? So it promises to be really exciting. We've had some amazing feedback in the past around the bootcamp. For those of you who have questions around admissions, ISA, our upcoming courses, most of the details are there on the website. But you are also welcome to join any of our AMA sessions. The links are available on all our social media. And we do look forward to see you there. Nupul, Yogesh, and Prateek, any closing words for our viewers?
I think it was an amazing session. I think I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as we did. But thank you so much for joining it on Saturday evening, and thank you for asking those wonderful questions, guys. The impact book is going to be available on the website very soon, so you can download it. You guys can go through it, and Ankur, if you want to show it again to the audience, it is something which we have journaled.
Yeah, shout out to the teams, not just the students who worked on it. All the details in numbers, to the vision behind Masai School, why and where Prateek thought of Masai School, to what has happened with the students. Like if you see, this has the stories of some of our most inspirational students who've gone through extreme challenges and sort of moved ahead. So we'll begin with the soft copies, of course, which will be available on the website, and hopefully we'll be able to ship out hard copies eventually as well. So that's on the impact book. Yeah.
Yes, Yogesh, you have any closing note?
It's been a great journey so far, and as Will said, we will scale up. We will make a difference to more people. We will give more opportunities, bring more courses, and we'll scale up, build the skills, and improve the employability quotient. And we have been believing right from the day one, skills are greater than degree and certificate. And we'll have more such much bigger impact book maybe next year.
Yeah. Somebody's asking for the Discord link, Pragun or Kajal, if one of you can put it on. Pragun, you should be able to put it in the Zoom chat and probably the YouTube chat as well.
Cool. Thanks so much, guys. Nupul is also here. Yes. Nupul, you have any closing note?
Keep coding. See you.
See you in the morning scrum on Monday morning. Okay.
Thank you. If you are not at Masai yet, see you at a scrum soon.
Yeah. Thank you, Ankur.